A wide, slow breath of stone and wind settles over a high, open land. Broad stretches of plateaus and basins unfold in muted tones. Mountains rise like patient thoughts around these plains, their ridges tracing gentle rhythms across the horizon. In the quiet between ranges, the earth gathers itself into shallow folds where soil and water can meet. The color of distant ridgelines softens as the light lingers, and the land seems to listen for the slow decisions of seasons. The climate moves with a steady, deliberate pulse. Winters bring a cool hush, with snow collecting on higher slopes and shading valleys in a pale silence for a time. Summers arrive with a dry, enduring warmth, touching the ground in a way that asks for careful tending. Rain falls unevenly across this wide region, sometimes generous in one pocket and hesitant in another. This mixed weather teaches patience. Life here adjusts through rhythm rather than haste. Rivers act like slow hands, drawing lines of possibility through the landscape. Some flow in steady channels, fed by snowmelt from distant heights. Others spread into braided streams, sinking and reappearing as they seek paths through alluvial plains. Along their courses, soil gathers in quiet deposits, forming fertile stretches where people could settle and coax crops from the earth. The presence of water quietly rearranges the map of life. It becomes the outline around which homes and fields gather. Mountain passes provide soft corridors through otherwise firm barriers. They invite movement without demanding it, permitting travelers and herds to cross from one valley to the next. These roads are shaped by ancient forces and human patience, worn into use by seasons of migration and the slow traffic of traders. Passes have a way of shaping how people think about distance, making some journeys feel shorter and others longer, teaching a geography that is as social as it is physical. Settlements rise in careful balance with the land. Villages often take place along river beds or at the base of slopes, where runoff and groundwater meet. Houses gather into clusters with courtyards and narrow lanes, designed to catch shade and channel breezes. Fields fan out around these villages, a patchwork of grains and legumes, barley and wheat, each plot reflecting a household's quiet stewardship. There is a softness to the arrangement, a sense that human presence is woven into the existing patterns rather than imposed upon them. Irrigation appears as a steady, thoughtful technology. People learned to guide water with channels and ditches, to move it slowly across terraces and into furrows. Small canals follow the contour of hills, sometimes branching into narrower conduits that feed individual fields. Where slopes allow, terraces step down gently, creating flat areas to hold moisture and reduce erosion. These methods do not force water to obey. They work alongside its natural course, adjusting and adapting as seasons change. Beneath many settlements, hidden veins of water are coaxed into use by careful engineering. Tunnels slope gently into the earth to access groundwater, channeling it to the surface with a quiet gravity. Such systems allow life to flourish even where surface streams are scarce. The rhythm of maintenance becomes a part of daily life, with families and neighbors taking turns to clear and repair, making a common project of preserving the fragile gift of water. Pastoral life moves in long, patient circles. Herds of sheep and goats travel between lowlands and uplands according to the soft schedule of seasons. In spring and autumn, The movement is steady, like a practiced breath, as animals follow grasses that appear with thaw and rain. Tents and temporary camps mark these migrations, forming a gentle, ephemeral network that links high pastures with valley farms. This mobility teaches adaptability and a close attention to the land's changing moods. Where plains meet mountains, mixed economies arise. Farmers and herders trade and collaborate, exchanging cereals for wool, milk for grain. Markets appear as simple gatherings, measured more by the rhythm of harvest and herd movements than by a need for grand structures. Barter and small coin circulate in these places, but so do favors and long-established obligations. Life here is woven from interdependence, quiet exchanges that sustain both fields and flocks. Soil types influence the shape of habitation. Alluvial plains invite denser settlement, their sedimentary generosity allowing larger fields and more stable crops. Rocky plateaus encourage sparser patterns, where terraced plots and garden patches cluster near springs. In sandy basins, cultivation is more tentative and adaptive, relying on oasis-like wells and careful water management. These differences create a varied human geography, one where communities adapt their practices to the slow dictates of geology. Trees and shrubs find the places where water is patient. Riparian vegetation lines stream beds, offering shade and a quiet habitat for small creatures. Orchards and gardens appear near dwellings, with fruit trees tended as both food and comfort. The presence of cultivated trees softens the harsher aspects of climate, creating microclimates where people can linger and children can play. Such plantings are a form of long-term thinking, a faith that the land will be used with care. Small roads and tracks stitch settlements together, following the contours of rivers and skirts of mountains. These paths are not straight. They bend with the slopes, following the easiest gradient and the places where crossing is safe. Travelers move at a steady pace, sometimes leading pack animals loaded with goods, sometimes walking to nearby markets. The sound of hooves and voices on these trails becomes a gentle punctuation in the wider hush of plains and ranges. Seasons arrange daily and yearly life into predictable rituals. Winter tasks focus on repair and planning, fixing terraces, mending tools, and preparing seeds. Spring opens a time of sowing and tending, of watching green shoots emerge with quiet satisfaction. Summer brings harvest and careful management of stored water, and autumn is a time for gathering and moving herds to lower pastures. This cycle softens urgency, replacing it with a slow competence that values timing and patience. Communities often gather around shared resources. Wells and springs become common points, their maintenance a matter of collective care. Irrigation networks demand cooperation, for a blocked channel or an untended sluice can affect many fields downriver. In this way, social bonds are partially formed by logistics. Who manages the gate? Who clears the silt? Who watches the flow? Such tasks are ordinary and steady, the kind of small deeds that hold a landscape together. Stone and mud shape the architecture of ordinary houses. Thick walls of local material keep interiors cool in the heat and warm in the cold, acting as a gentle buffer against climate. Flat roofs serve as extra space for drying grain or resting in the evening air. Courtyards collect light and provide privacy, while small windows frame the sky. The choices of building reflect a long acquaintance with the elements, modest solutions that prioritize comfort and economy. Community life is often centered on slow exchanges. Small workshops appear near lanes, where potters wheel clay into simple vessels, where weavers produce cloth from wool or flax, where blacksmiths hammer tools from iron. These crafts are patient arts, practiced by hands that know their materials. Goods move from home to home, from stall to stall, in a rhythm that values durability and function over novelty. Gardening and orchard care bring subtle variety to diets. Small plots near houses contain herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees, contributing fresh flavors to meals throughout the year. Preservation techniques, drying, smoking, and storing in cool cellars, extend the gifts of harvest. These practices are quiet forms of foresight, turning seasonal abundance into steady sustenance for the months when the land is less generous. Salt and other minerals become quiet points of economy. Salt pans and brine springs provide necessary seasoning and food preservation. Where accessible, traces of metal or stone become materials for tools and ornaments. The extraction of such resources is often low in scale, but essential in effect, providing material means to shape daily life and modest trade. Small forms of governance arise organically from shared needs. Elders and respected figures mediate disputes and organize communal work. Decisions are often made in informal gatherings where neighbors discuss irrigation schedules, grazing rights, and market timing. Authority is practical and local, emerging from knowledge of place and relationships rather than from distant commands. This local order offers stability without excess ceremony. Markets appear at regular intervals, sometimes weekly, where people gather to exchange surplus. These markets are not only for goods, but for news, for stories, and for the quiet reaffirmation of social ties. Traders bring items from further away, small luxuries or tools that are not locally produced. The arrival of such goods adds a soft variety to life, punctuating the steady routine with gentle novelty. Irrigation systems can be both private and communal. Some channels serve single households, their gates operated by family hands. Others are shared, requiring coordination and trusted rules. The negotiation of water rights becomes a careful art, balancing immediate needs with the long-term health of fields. These agreements are maintained through custom, conversation, and a shared sense of dependence on a finite, precious flow. Migration patterns shape cultural rhythms. Pastoral families, moving with their herds, bring news of distant places, seeds and ideas, and sometimes new crafts. Their seasonal presence introduces variability into markets and social calendars. The exchange is slow and continuous, and over generations, it knits a broader map of practice and memory that extends beyond any single valley or village. In some valleys, terraces and stone walls reflect long-term investment. Each retaining wall is a quiet testimony of labor and planning, a patient rearrangement of slope into productive ground. These interventions slow erosion and increase moisture retention, making slopes into places that can feed families. The maintenance of terraces becomes a collective responsibility, handed down through knowledge and practice. Water control often involves subtle engineering. Weirs and sluices manage flows, creating pauses where sediment settles and channels remain clear. Small ponds and cisterns store surplus in times of abundance, releasing it during dry spells. The use of such techniques is an ongoing conversation with climate, an exercise in listening to the land's needs and offering careful adjustments. Animal husbandry is tuned to the landscape. Small flocks and herds offer milk, meat, and wool, each managed through breeding decisions and grazing routes. Herds follow paths determined by the availability of forage and water, and shepherds learn to read the land's signals, guiding animals to the best grazing. The relationship between people and animals is familiar and mutual, built on day-to-day care and long-term observation. Trade routes across the plateau are gentle threads connecting distant pockets of life. Caravans and pack animals move slowly along them, carrying goods and ideas. These corridors make possible the exchange of pottery styles, textiles, and tools. The movement is steady and measured, and in the quiet intervals between travelers, villages resume their regular tempo. Seasonal shelters and permanent dwellings form a complementary pattern. While some families live year-round in settled village houses, others divide their time, moving with herds to upland pastures in the summer and returning to valleys for winter. This alternation creates a layered sense of place, where different rhythms coexist and overlap, each respecting the other's needs. Small temples and shrines appear in places of memory, springs, or crossroads. These are modest in scale, often maintained by local households, and visited at intervals for quiet rituals. The care of such sites belongs to the community and is part of the same attention paid to crop and herd. Rituals are discrete acts that mark time, creating a soft, steady pattern across the year's movements. The soundscape is subtle and calming. Wind moves over fields and through reed beds. Water murmurs in channels and wells, and animals make faint, familiar calls. Human voices blend into the background. Discussions about irrigation, the measured calls of shepherds, the soft banging from a forge. This sonic environment supports the slow pace of life, a continuous low hum rather than sharp notes. Food preparation reflects local cycles. Bread is baked in communal or household ovens, flatbreads that are simple and sustaining. Grains are ground and stored, legumes simmered into stews, and fruits dried for winter. The act of preparing meals is deliberate, time taken to ensure nourishment and preservation, a practice that echoes the larger patience of living with seasonal change. Clothing and textiles are humble and functional. Wool and woven cloth provide warmth and protection, crafted by hands that know the rhythm of spinning and weaving. Dyeing uses available plants and minerals, producing gentle colors that mirror the landscape. These textiles are repaired and reused, emphasizing continuity and care over transient fashion. Children learn in the rhythm of daily work. From an early age, they watch and imitate, carrying small tasks and learning the timing of planting, the care of animals, and the making of simple tools. Education is oral and practical, transmitted through observation and participation. This steady learning process instills a deep familiarity with place and a calm competence in the arts of living. Paths and fields are laid out with an economy of motion. Courtyards open to sunlight at certain hours. Irrigation gates are positioned for ease of operation, and storage rooms are placed near workspaces. Such small decisions reduce effort and create a rhythm of life that conserves energy and encourages reflection. The environment is designed to be lived in steadily, not to be hurried through. Stone markers and cairns guide travelers across more exposed areas. These modest signs stand as a human touch on broad landscapes, indicating route and distance in a quiet, durable way. They are simple, practical, and respectful of travelers' needs, helping to maintain a sense of continuity across open spaces. Respect for the land expresses itself in modest stewardship. Fields are rotated, grazing is managed to avoid overuse, and trees are planted near homes for shade and fruit. These practices are not rigid rules, but cultivated habits, a communal ethic that keeps the landscape productive and gentle over generations. These habits shape a culture of careful tending. Small archaeological traces lie under some fields and near certain mounds, suggesting long histories of occupation. Pottery shards, foundations, and old irrigation remnants appear in the soil as quiet echoes from earlier lives. Farmers sometimes come upon them while plowing, and these discoveries are received with a quiet curiosity, adding another layer to the sense of place. Even in remote areas, the movement of ideas is slow but sure. Innovations spread from one village to the next by travelers, through markets, and by the slow migrations of pastoral groups. A new tool or a slightly different planting method becomes part of local practice through repetition and demonstration. The pace of change is gentle, building new patterns atop established ones. The light at dawn and dusk softens the land in a way that makes labor feel like part of a larger rhythm. Morning tasks begin with the cool air, and evening tasks close with the settling light. These transitions are quiet bookends to each day's steady work, providing natural times for gathering, conversation, and rest. Water channels, terraces, and pathways create a subtle geometry across the landscape. This geometry is not imposed in harsh lines, but emerges from many small choices over time. It reflects a way of thinking that values adaptation and longevity, a measure of human patience, written into field edges and stone walls. Social memory is anchored in place. Lineage, local stories, and seasonal knowledge are woven into the names of fields, the knowledge of springs, and the timing of grazing routes. This memory is practical and intimate, supporting daily decisions and reinforcing bonds between people and land. It is transmitted gently through repeating actions and shared experience. At a modest scale, governance and ritual combine to maintain order. Elders and kin groups organize labor and resolve disputes. Local assemblies discuss water schedules and grazing rights. These practices are informal and steady, relying on relationships and reputation. The result is a social fabric that is flexible yet dependable, matching the landscape's own tempered rhythms. In the softer zones, where valleys open to plains, small towns grow, acting as nodes of exchange. They gather goods and people from surrounding areas, hosting markets and occasional fairs. These towns are modest in scale, with buildings arranged around central spaces, and their life is measured by the seasons and the flow of water. They connect remote fields and upland camps to wider networks in a gentle, unhurried manner. Throughout this wide, patient land, human habitation reflects an unspoken agreement with the environment. Settlements, irrigation, and pastoral movements are shaped by a continuous listening to climate, soil, and water. In this listening, people find steady ways to provide for themselves, build communities, and pass on knowledge. The landscape and its inhabitants move together in a long, measured conversation. Small favors Over years, these favors accumulate into a kind of moral ledger. Others begin to look to that ledger when seasons turn harsh, when winter demands coordination of resources. The role of a leader in such moments is simple and human, an extension of trust and usefulness more than an office of power. The voice of the assembly is soft and communal, an orchestra of different timbres shaped by custom. Men and women, often grouped by age and kin, come together beneath open sky or under the shelter of a common tent. They do not decide from a position of absolute command. Instead, they weigh past practice, recent hardships, and future need. Consensus matters. Sometimes a single clear voice can sway a gathering, not by force, but by the authority of reputation and careful argument. Over time, the pattern of who speaks first, who is listened to, becomes regular and familiar, creating an unwritten order that guides small political decisions. Custom forms a kind of law that everyone can hum, a melody of expectations and repeated actions that smooths social life, landfall, grazing rotation, the sharing of water, the repair of a communal road. These are all governed by custom. When a custom needs clarity, the assembly serves to translate it into an agreed practice. The rituals of decision-making are simple, often punctuated by an object placed at the center, by the passing of a vessel, by the untying of a cord. Such acts confirm choice and bind those present to a shared path. These practices are patient, modest, and sturdy. They do not shout, they steady. As small centers of leadership become steady, they attract skill and attention. A shepherd who can count and mark sheep becomes a keeper of records. A carpenter who can build a strong door becomes a protector of goods. Craftspeople find refuge and a modest market in the vicinity of a respected household. With this gentle aggregation comes the need for mediation. Disputes over grazing lines, water rights, or the use of communal pastures are settled through a blend of negotiation and customary penalty. The penalties are often restorative rather than punitive, meant to rebalance relations so that daily life can proceed with minimal friction. Networks of kin and alliance extend like braided ropes, each strand supporting and being supported by the others. Marriage is one of the quiet tools of connection, a way to tie families and resources together across valleys and ridgelines. Hospitality is another. When a household shelters travelers, when grain is lent in a lean year, bonds deepen. Political authority grows in these spaces, not as an outward imposition, but as a magnet of reciprocal obligations. People follow leaders whose generosity and steadiness have been demonstrated over time, and the obligations created by those ties encourage larger coordination. There is a slow arithmetic to the expansion of influence, a counting that moves through alliances rather than conquest in the first stages. A leader gains renown by resolving disputes, by securing trade routes, by protecting flocks from raiders. Word travels on the backs of traders and on the breath of neighboring shepherds. As reputation spreads, it invites other groups to seek association. These associations can be simple defensive pacts, shared grazing agreements, or arrangements for joint celebration of festivals. Each association stabilizes movement and trade, making life a little less precarious and subtly shifting the center of gravity toward those who can manage these networks. Assemblies sometimes become more formal as the number of linked groups grows, and people develop a sense that coordination requires designated roles. What was once an informal elder becomes a figure with deputies, a man or woman whose presence at gatherings is expected. They may carry a symbol, a staff, or a patterned cloth, which marks their place in the social order. This material support does not transform them into an absolute ruler. Rather, it enables functions, collecting contributions for shared tasks, convening councils, and representing the coalition when neighboring groups come to speak. The role is practical and slow to ossify. Tribute and redistribution begin as practical mechanisms to manage scarcity and abundance. After a season of plenty, groups might contribute grain, flocks, or crafted goods to a common store. In lean times, those stores are shared according to prior agreements with the leader or those appointed to oversee distribution, ensuring fairness. These practices are not fiscal in a modern sense, but are the beginnings of organized resource management. The moral economy of giving and receiving binds people together, and the processes of collection and redistribution require trust, record keeping, and quiet authority. As coordination expands, so does the need for records. Memory alone cannot hold the details of many partnerships, so simple marks on leather, painted notches on wood, knots in strings, and other mnemonic devices are employed. People entrusted with these marks gain a status that is both practical and symbolic. Their role is to remember, to account for goods, and to be a living archive of agreements. The slow work of writing systems comes later, but these early practices of record keeping prepare communities for a new kind of administration, one grounded in both material tokens and human accountability. Sometimes, the consolidation of authority involves the building of spaces that symbolize cooperation. A gathering place, a communal enclosure, a fortified grain store, or a simple hall where councils meet becomes a locus of power. These spaces are quiet and enduring. They are where oaths are taken, where agreements are witnessed, and where gifts are placed before redistribution. A leader who can provide such a space increases not only their prestige, but their capacity to coordinate. In winter, when winds sweep across the plateau, these warm, sheltered places are remembered as both practical refuges and as signs of steady leadership. Alliance through ritual is gentle and profound. Feasts mark the turning of seasons and the settling of agreements. They are organized with care, and the ability to host such gatherings marks a leader as someone who can marshal resources. Rituals of mutual recognition, the exchange of garments, the sharing of bread and wine. These practices create memory and obligation. When oaths are made in ritual, they are witnessed by many and are difficult to break without losing face. Over time, leaders whose authority is confirmed in ritual gain a solidity that can outlast individual lifespans. Conflict is present, but rarely escalates in the small scales of origin. When disputes do arise, they are typically localized and resolved by reconciliation, compensation, or migration of a household to a less contested area. Leaders who are adept mediators prevent such conflicts from turning into long-term feuds. They deploy charm, persuasion, and a clear sense of precedent. Their aim is restoration of balance rather than victory over an opponent. This ethic of balance sustains communities and fosters trust, which in turn makes cooperation more likely in the seasons that follow. The slow accumulation of small delegations of authority is a hallmark of early state formation. A leader who gains responsibility for collecting goods may also gain the right to redistribute them. A mediator might also be asked to act as a judge when neighbors cannot agree. Over decades, these incremental tasks create a hierarchy of roles. The person who once mediated disputes under a tent may convene assemblies under a roof. The limits of their power are tested and redefined in an ongoing process, patient and adaptive, rather than sudden and absolute. Specialization emerges with a quiet inevitability. Those who can carve metal, those who can spin fine thread, those who can wrestle laws from conflicting customs become indispensable. Leaders cultivate specialists around them, not to dominate, but to ensure that their group thrives. Specialist skills are kept in workshops and households, and their owners are respected for their contribution to stability. The presence of specialized craftsmen and keepers of accounts allows leaders to undertake larger projects, to organize communal works such as irrigation repairs or road clearing, and to plan for the needs of many rather than a single family. Routes of movement and exchange shape political connections. People who control passes, water trenches, or river fords hold a quiet advantage in a landscape of shifting seasons. A leader who can ensure the safety of a caravan, who can facilitate the movement of goods from one valley to another, becomes an indispensable node in a wider network. Such leaders do not always seek vast territory. Often, they consolidate influence by supervising key choke points and offering reliable passage. Trust in movement multiplies economic flows and invites alliances without the need for constant warfare. The presence of neighboring polities leads to diplomacy that is slow and careful. Gifts, exchange of brides, and negotiated border agreements are tools of peace. Leaders send messengers who carry tokens of esteem, and they reply with equitable gestures. These exchanges create a pattern of mutual recognition. Over time, larger confederations may form, bound by shared interest in stability and trade. The process is organic, a weaving together of many small threads into a wider fabric that values continuity and mutual advantage more than the glory of conquest. Sometimes the greatest consolidation comes from the ability to protect. Raids and banditry are realities in many terrains. Leaders who can muster a rapid response and secure the weak gain gratitude and loyalty. Their role as protectors is expressed through watch posts, fortified storage, and the organization of able-bodied people into temporary units for defense. These measures are pragmatic and local. They do not always create professional armies, but they form the foundation of organized defense. The security they provide allows markets to flourish and settlements to feel less fragile in the face of uncertainty. The process of centralization is never simple or uniform. Multiple centers of power might exist in a single region, each with overlapping claims and spheres of influence. Competition is often subtle. It appears in who receives the most guests at festival time, who is entrusted with adjudicating disputes, and who can gain the favor of itinerant merchants. These rival centers negotiate boundaries through marriage ties, trade agreements, and ritual recognition. The outcome is a balanced constellation where authority is shared and adapted to local circumstances, and where dominance is as much about moral leadership as it is about force. Symbols of authority accumulate in quiet ways. A leader may be associated with a particular animal skin, a patterned robe, a distinctive ring, or a decorated tent. These items serve as reminders of the leader's role in public ceremonies and as a focus for loyalty. They are not merely ornamental, they function as anchors for the social imagination, helping people to orient themselves in a complex world. When leaders pass on and new ones take up the symbols, continuity is maintained, and people feel the comfort of ongoing order. The process of creating a stable seat of power sometimes involves choosing a central place that can host many people. A settlement with access to water, grazing, and trade routes becomes a natural focal point. People gather seasonally around such places, and some begin to stay year-round. The permanence of a center encourages the development of crafts, storage facilities, and administrative practices. Over generations, such settlements grow in size and complexity, their streets woven by the steady feet of traders and the soft sounds of everyday labor. Leaders begin to record obligations in more formal ways as their responsibilities deepen. Clay tags, leather cords, and early signs of inscribed marks are used to note deliveries and agreements. The act of recording is a slow revolution. It frees memory from being only human and allows for accountability across distances and seasons. Record keepers become important, and their work supports the leader's capacity to manage resources, distribute aid, and plan for future needs. The quiet permanence of a written token lends a new kind of reliability to social arrangements. There is a steady economy of reputation that shapes political life. Generosity in times of plenty and fairness in times of scarcity make leaders memorable in ways that matter. Reputation travels by word of mouth and through the actions of those who have benefited from wise stewardship. People tend to align with leaders whose names carry stories of protection, mediation, and steady stewardship of resources. The currency of reputation is subtle and long-lasting. It can bind allies for generations and create a quiet pressure for leaders to act with care. Religious practice and the sanctification of authority often intertwine. Leaders are sometimes entrusted with the upkeep of sacred places or rituals that have community significance. Participation in these duties enhances their moral standing. Rituals that mark the cycles of the year, the birth of children, and the healing of the sick are occasions for leaders to demonstrate their commitment to the common good. The sacred and the political reinforce one another in calm, unforced ways. Ritual endorsement gives leadership a continuity that transcends individual ambition. As communities grow, bureaucratic practices emerge as a kind of patient craft. People are appointed to manage stores, to record births and deaths, to collect contributions for communal projects. These tasks are specialized and repeated, and those who perform them develop techniques and routines. The growth of such practices does not necessarily mean heavy-handed control. Often it means that daily life becomes a little more predictable, that grain is less likely to spoil, that disputes can be settled with reference to remembered agreements. Routine itself creates a soothing stability. The consolidation of authority often involves negotiation with local elites rather than their eradication. Families who hold long-standing local claims are integrated through marriages, shared responsibilities, and joint ritual. Leaders who succeed learn to distribute honors and tasks in ways that respect traditional claims. Inclusion fosters loyalty. The slow diplomacy of giving responsibility to others creates a network of invested actors who support the central figure by participating in governance and administration. Trade creates new layers of connection that challenge and enrich leadership. Merchants bring news, goods, and ideas from distant places. A leader who can facilitate trade by ensuring safe passage and fair markets attracts wealth and influence. Markets become places of exchange not only for goods, but for social claims and information. The presence of reliable markets encourages artisans to specialize, and the newly circulating goods change daily life in subtle ways. Leaders who manage these exchanges well gain prestige without necessarily seeking dominion. Over time, some leaders adopt titles that communicate their role to others beyond immediate neighbors. Names that mean protector, steward, or elder emerge as useful shorthand in diplomatic exchanges. These titles are not empty honors. They often signify responsibility for particular tasks, such as guarding a trade route or organizing an annual festival. Titles help to structure expectations, and they spread across networks as people learn the value of clear roles. The ritual use of a title deepens its meaning and helps sustain institutions beyond a single leader's lifetime. Territorial awareness grows slowly. People begin to conceive of space as more than the immediate valley or pasture. Boundaries are described with reference to landmarks, to rivers and ridgelines, and to places where rituals have been held. Leaders who can articulate these boundaries and manage the use of space provide a calming order in a landscape that otherwise might be contested. The mapping of rights and responsibilities onto specific places makes coordination more reliable and reduces the likelihood of costly disputes. The consolidation of authority is often accompanied by a modest architecture of storage and defense. Granaries, simple stone walls, and watchtowers appear where they are most needed. These structures are practical, built by many hands, and repaired in communal effort. They create a sense of permanence and safety. When a leader can organize such works, people feel less exposed to the vagaries of weather and raiding. The shared labor of construction is itself a social glue, knitting together identities and obligations. Education is quiet and practical in these formative times. Knowledge is passed down through apprenticeships, through observation, and through participation in ritual. Children learn counting with beads or knots, learn measurement with daily tasks, and learn law through watching elders settle disputes. Those who show aptitude become keepers of specific skills, and they pass these on. The slow accumulation of knowledge enables more complex management of resources and the development of modest administrative practices. The consolidation process often takes centuries rather than seasons, a diffuse and patient crafting of order. Leaders are tested by weather, by scarcity, by the movements of neighbors, and by their own capacity to maintain generosity. Those who endure do so by learning to adapt, to listen, and to balance competing claims. Their authority is not absolute. It exists in relation to the consent of those they lead. This consent is renewed again and again through ritual, exchange, and the quiet efficacies of day-to-day governance. Customary law remains central even as formal roles grow. When formal decisions are made, they are often framed in reference to long-standing practices. This appeals to a sense of continuity and stability. Leaders who can ground new arrangements in the language and rituals of the past ease transitions and avoid shocking change. The slow layering of new practices upon old ones creates systems that feel familiar while becoming more complex, like a tree that grows rings each year while maintaining its core. Migration patterns and seasonal cycles play important roles in shaping authority. Pastoral movements require cooperation across large distances, and leaders who can coordinate grazing rotations and access to water are highly valued. Agricultural cycles demand timely cooperation for planting and harvest. Leaders who are attuned to these rhythms learn to synchronize human activity with ecological patterns. Their capacity to do so gives them moral and practical authority, anchored in the survival and prosperity of their communities. Stories and memory sustain political life in gentle ways. Epic tales, songs, and genealogies carry the weight of past agreements and the reputations of leaders. When assemblies meet, storytellers remind listeners of past bargains and the virtues of wise stewardship. These narratives are not mere entertainment, they are living repositories of law, example, and expectation. Leaders who become central figures in the stories of a people gain a cultural depth of authority that endures beyond pragmatic arrangements. The emergence of centralized religious roles occasionally melds with political authority in practical ways. A keeper of sacred rites, who can also mediate disputes, serves both spiritual and communal functions. The sanctity associated with ritual practice lends a moral frame to decisions and agreements. This intertwining of moral and administrative roles reinforces the leader's capacity to act on behalf of the community while cultivating a sense of shared destiny. The effect is a calm consolidation of trust. People learn to read the landscape as a political map. Water sources, winter shelters, pasture heights, and trade paths are part of an implicit cartography. Leaders who can interpret and plan according to this map are naturally entrusted with responsibility. Their authority grows from practical competence, from an ability to foresee shortages and to arrange timely relief. The calm foresight of an attentive leader has a soothing effect on a community that faces the unpredictability of seasons. As larger coalitions form, communication becomes a gentle challenge. Messengers and heralds carry decisions and news along well-traveled routes. The reliability of these communications is crucial for maintaining trust across distances. Leaders appoint trusted couriers and maintain places where messengers can rest. The development of such networks demands patience and fosters a sense of shared time and rhythm among dispersed communities, knitting them together in slow, dependable ways. The emergence of a more formalized center of authority often involves compromise and inclusion. Local leaders bring their traditions and claims into a broader framework, and the central figure adapts to accommodate them. This process is not a single moment of conquest, but a long negotiation of identities and roles. The new arrangements are held together by ritual, shared economic interest, and the slow accretion of mutual obligations. Authority is thus consolidated through consent and the offering of reciprocal benefits. Language of governance evolves with the needs of coordination. Words and phrasing that express obligation, indebtedness, and responsibility become common currency in assemblies. These linguistic tools enable clearer agreements. Over time, certain phrases carry legal weight and are repeated in covenant making. The calm repetition of agreed formulas deepens the binding nature of contracts and helps to stabilize larger political structures by making promises performative, and memorable. The growth of authority often entails the professionalization of some roles. Those who manage stores, oversee irrigation, or coordinate defense may become full-time functionaries. Their continuity and accumulated skill support larger projects and enable leaders to undertake more ambitious coordination. The emergence of professional roles is gradual and discreet, an accommodation to the practical needs of people living in increasingly connected communities. Networks of reciprocity spread beyond immediate neighbors to include distant groups connected by trade and marriage. Leaders who can navigate these wider networks increase the resilience of their communities. They learn to balance the demands of local customs with the opportunities presented by distant exchange. This balancing act is delicate and requires patience, fairness, and an appreciation for the slow rhythms that sustain long-term relationships. Finally, the path from kin-based leadership to more consolidated authority is subtle and human. It is a story of trust, habit, adaptation, and steady care. Authority grows as people find it useful and fair, as leaders demonstrate competence and generosity, and as rituals and records provide continuity. The process is not uniform, nor is it inevitable, but when it unfolds, it does so with a patient grace, reshaping social life in ways that are calming, enduring, and quietly powerful. The governance unfolds like a soft map, colored by fields and rivers, framed by mountains and long distances. Each province rests within a larger pattern, a patient web of responsibility. Local governors, called satraps, hold steady as watchers, combining civil care with a quiet discipline of oversight. They keep careful accounts, appoint deputies, and receive envoys. They move with measured steps across valleys and plateaus, listening to the rhythms of harvest and market, learning the manner of each town. Their presence feels like a slow, assuring wind that steadies the tents and villages beneath it. A satrap's role is both practical and symbolic. He is the keeper of order in a wide territory, charged with collecting contributions and ensuring safety on the roads. To do this, he surrounds himself with a small court, scribes who record, officers who lead small troops, stewards who manage stores, and messengers who carry news. These people speak in learned forms, in writing and spoken lists, turning the life of a region into tidy rolls of paper and clay, like rivers mapped into canals. Their work is gentle, routine, repetitive, each entry smoothing into the next. The land yields a steady portion of its produce, sometimes in grain, sometimes in flocks, sometimes in silver. Assessors travel from village to village with soft, careful questions. They measure fields, count animals, note olive trees and vineyards, and listen to the stories of farmers. The assessments aim to be consistent, like the steady beat of a drum. Officials use standard measures and agreed weights so that one bowl of grain feels the same as another. This consistency makes the long, distant connections of administration feel safe and reliable. Tribute moves slowly, like a measured current. Caravans gather at appointed times, their animals laden with jars and sacks, their drivers used to the grooves of the land. Local magistrates arrange tallies and allow the caravan to take a measured share toward the central treasuries. In some places, tribute is delivered in metal, a smooth shine of silver, in others in staples such as grain or textiles. These goods are sent onward along established routes, collected into larger convoys that will move toward the heart of power, each piece noted and sealed before departure. Census work is an act of patient attention. Scribes enter the homes of small households, count the members, and write names and numbers with careful hands. They record the age of children, the number of plows, the size of animal herds, and the condition of storage rooms. These lists are kept in quiet rooms, rolled and stored on shelves. They allow distant governors to sense the state of a region, to know when stores are low or when seeds will be needed. A census is a long breath taken so that planning can follow. The royal road threads its way across plains and passes like a long, unbroken thought. Along its length are way stations, modest houses where a traveler can rest, exchange a mount, and warm hands by a hearth. Couriers ride in shifts, passing messages from hand to hand, each rider arriving with a small stamp of certainty. In this way, news moves with predictable speed, a gentle pulse connecting distant places. The road is more than stone. It is a habit of movement, a practiced route that reassures the provinces that their voices can reach the center. Communication relies on simple tools made precise by practice. Seals press soft impressions into clay, certifying lists and parcels. Clay tablets hold neat lines of script, or thin pieces of wood carry wax that can be smoothed and written upon again. Tallies made of knotted cords or marked sticks serve for quick counts. All of these items travel with care, wrapped and labeled, so that a distant administrator can read the handwriting of a colleague and know that the records have been made in honesty and order. The central treasury receives its shipments like a steady tide. Goods come in and are stored in rooms with cool shadows, where stewards keep ledgers and clerks mark receipts. The treasury does not merely hoard, it disperses. It pays soldiers, funds building projects, supports festivals, and supplies distant garrisons. Payments are both in coin and in kind, a mixture of metallic shine and the warm weight of grain and cloth. The movement of these items is carefully recorded, a slow choreography of entry and exit that keeps the whole system in balance. Taxation is a seasonal rhythm tied to the cycles of nature. Assessors time their visits to follow harvests so that farmers can offer a share without hardship. In some valleys, the tax is a fixed portion of the yield. In others, it is a monetary equivalent, calculated with care. Farmers rarely encounter tax collectors as strangers. Often these officials have known their households for years, their faces familiar at market and festival. This familiarity keeps the exchange soft and predictable, like a neighborly agreement between households and the larger administration. Local officials play an essential role in smoothing interactions. Village elders and town magistrates translate between the needs of the people and the requirements of the state. They file reports. They collect small sums. They coordinate the sending of young men for corvée labor or military service when required. They host meetings in open courtyards under trees where voices are low and practical matters are settled. These officials are the bridging wires that carry the state's concerns without tearing at the fabric of daily life. Tribute caravans are organized with practical care. Drivers know where to camp, which passes to avoid in bad weather, and where to find spring water. Escorts of soldiers or local levies accompany the convoys when the roads cross less peaceful stretches. Each caravan carries lists that match the loaded goods, and each item is given a seal before being taken aboard. The movement of tribute is never rushed. It progresses with attention to safety and to ensuring that what leaves a village is counted, recorded, and acknowledged. The satrap maintains a system of delegated trust. He appoints stewards and comprobants who oversee certain districts. Each district has a small staff that understands local customs and measurements, keeping harmony between central demands and regional practice. The satrap listens to reports, considers petitions, and sometimes visits distant towns. These visits are calm affairs, accompanied by small entourages, received with traditional gestures. The satrap's presence reassures people that laws are steady and obligations known. Military command and civil administration are kept in a gentle balance. Border garrisons report their needs to the satrap, who ensures that lines of supply remain open. Forts are stocked in advance, not at the last moment, reflecting a cautious foresight. The movement of troops is carefully planned and recorded so that soldiers move with clear orders and a sense of purpose. The satrap's reports to the center describe both the human and material conditions of defense, written with restrained language and practical details. Record keeping forms the backbone of administration. Documents are arranged in orderly archives, stored in rooms that are cool and dim. Ledgers record payments made and received, lists of names present and absent, notes on disputes settled. Scribes copy and recopy important orders so that they reach many hands. This slow multiplication of documents ensures a soft redundancy, a comfort that information will not vanish easily. Archives become living memory, a slow history of decisions and care. Standardization brings a quiet ease to trade and taxation. Measures are defined and repeated across markets so that traders can move from town to town without misunderstanding. Weights are stamped, rods are marked, and units of length are taught to apprentices in market stalls. This common language of measure reduces friction. It allows the state to plan and to assess with confidence, and it allows traders to set prices that are fair and steady, smoothing the flow of goods. Census and registration generate a recognized social order. The lists of households offer administrators a way to plan infrastructure, to know where roads might need repair, and where grain reserves should be stored. They also allow the state to make modest demands without risking the comfort of the populace. Registers of craftsmen, of landholders, and of livestock holders provide a map of capacities, a gentle inventory used for planning public works and organizing labor in a measured way. The use of a common administrative tongue eases distant governance. In many places, a shared language of record and decree travels with the seals and tablets, a simple medium in which officials communicate. This shared medium is not forced. It is a practical choice that allows orders to be copied and understood across varied regions. Scribal schools train apprentices in this script, teaching them neat strokes and standard formulas. Writing becomes a craft of continuity, a calm discipline that links province to center. Scribes keep the pulse of the empire. They learn both the technical forms and the social etiquette of correspondence. Their hand is steady, their phrases practiced. They compose reports that describe harvests, record disputes, and list shipments. They copy royal orders, reduce them to clear directives, and send them onward. The life of a scribe is quiet but crucial. a daily practice of making public matters legible and lasting. In this way, writing becomes a gentle force for order. The royal road supports a system of relay that is both efficient and humane. Stations lie at planned intervals, each place offering shelter and fresh horses. Riders carry dispatches and official orders, changing mounts and passing messages along. This relay system creates a reliable speed of communication, connecting distant towns with the center. The road also invites small exchanges, merchants with goods, travelers with news, and officials on errands. It is a slow artery of life, steady and dependable. Provincial treasuries serve as local nodes in the wider network. Here, stewards keep the goods that will be forwarded to centers of power, and they make local disbursements for infrastructural needs. These treasuries are places of careful balance, storing seeds to distribute in lean years, maintaining stockpiles of cloth for official use, and ensuring coin is available to pay wages. The gentle rotation of goods in and out of these treasuries keeps local economies stable and predictable. Legal forms find their place in administrative practice. When disputes arise about land or debt, officials follow established methods of inquiry. They take oaths before witnesses, they examine records, and they call upon customary norms. Decisions are written and archived so that future similar cases may be guided by precedent. This slow accumulation of decisions builds a shared sense of fairness, a thread that shapes local expectations and keeps order through repeated, calm procedures. Local taxation officials often come from the towns they serve, chosen for their knowledge and steadiness. They collect what is due and compile lists for the satrap's office. The relationship between local collectors and their communities is maintained by routine and a mutual understanding of fairness. Regular meetings help keep misunderstandings small. The collectors learn to weigh both the needs of the state and the capacity of the people, adjusting the timing of collection to avoid the strain of a bad season. Tribute caravans are sometimes accompanied by accountants who verify the cargo, noting each item in ledgers. They cross-check labels and seals, ensuring that what is written matches what is carried. This practice creates a trustworthy record that travels with the goods. When convoys arrive at regional centers, these ledgers are compared with local inventories, and adjustments are made, always with an eye toward accuracy and respect for the labor that produced the goods. Officials learn to use simple instruments for counting and measuring. Rods indicate length, scales measure weight, and marked jars indicate volume. These tools are tended with care, checked against standards stored in provincial offices. When a measure is questioned, it can be compared to the official standard. This practice fosters confidence in trade and taxation, making transactions calm and predictable, and reducing the small frictions that can cause greater unrest. The communication network includes couriers, but also envoys and messengers who carry more complex reports. These envoys are trained to observe and to speak plainly, to relay both facts and the tone of a place. They bring back information about local sentiment, harvest prospects, and the condition of roads. Their reports are not hurried. They are the product of attentive travel, with time taken to notice and record, contributing to a slow, mindful administration. The central administration calibrates requests with care. It balances the need for revenue with the capacity of provinces to contribute. When a region suffers a poor harvest, relief may be delayed but not forgotten. Requests for labor are timed to avoid peak planting or harvest seasons. This attentive scheduling helps preserve the health of rural life. The central mind seeks continuity, choosing to smooth burdens rather than demand sudden sacrifices. Diplomatic gifts and tributes also flow along the same channels. Kings and governors receive exquisite textiles, carved objects, and rarer metals from distant lands. These items move through official hands, recorded and displayed with quiet dignity. They are sometimes redistributed as rewards or used to adorn palaces. Each gift is a small, useful token in the wider practice of maintaining allegiance, a gentle reminder of connection across distance. The training of officials is a long process. Young men and sometimes women learn under experienced stewards, study measures and ledgers, and practice the careful hand of the scribe. They observe hearings, join caravans, and learn to judge the temperament of markets. This apprenticeship ensures that administration is not a series of orders from afar, but a living craft passed down through patient instruction. The next generation inherits both practices and the ethos of moderation. Small bureaucracies depend on trust. Officials sign papers, mark seals, and accept responsibilities with a sense of duty. In a world of long distances, these small acts of trust are vital. They allow for deferred action, for plans that span seasons. A steward in a provincial office may act on a remote instruction with confidence, knowing the record will be checked and verified. This trust creates a soft network of accountability that moves slowly but reliably. Seasonal cycles shape administrative timing. Census and assessments follow planting and harvest schedules. Road maintenance is scheduled in milder months. Troop movements avoid severe winters when passes are treacherous. Officials take pleasure in rhythm, in the seasonal predictability that allows planning. The administration learns to be patient, to time actions according to the natural rhythms that support life and labor in every village and town. The movement of people for state service is organized with care. Soldiers, laborers, and officials receive clear instructions, allowances, and provisions. Transport is arranged so that families are not unduly disrupted. When people are called to serve, it is usually for limited periods and for defined purposes. This minimizes hardship and allows communities to continue their daily work with as little interruption as possible. Information flows both up and down the chain of administration. Local officers send reports to the satrap, and the satrap sends summaries to the central office. Orders flow back down, translated into local terms. This two-way movement ensures that decisions are informed by ground realities and that instructions are adapted to local conditions. It is a gentle dance of communication, emphasizing clarity and patience over haste. Financial accounting becomes a ritual of precision. Ledgers are balanced, receipts are stored, and officials perform routine audits. Inspectors travel occasionally to review accounts and verify stores. These checks maintain a culture of accountability without harsh judgment. The goal is continued serviceability of the system, not punitive surprise. Accuracy becomes a shared value, a calm, common language of public life. Trade routes and the royal road support a diversity of goods, and their regulation is steady, Toll points are placed at agreed intervals, collections are standardized, and exemptions for certain kinds of traffic are recorded. Markets operate under simple rules, and officials intervene to prevent abuses. This restraint keeps commerce flowing and assures traders that their journeys will be safe and their investments protected. Provincial governors cultivate relationships with local elites. These relationships are based on mutual recognition of roles. Local leaders provide stability and knowledge, while governors offer protection and ordered markets. Through these interactions, the larger administration gains a voice in local decisions, and local communities find channels to express needs. The exchange is quiet and routine, grounded in customary mutual obligations. Relief measures are planned as part of administration. When drought or poor yields threaten, reserves from treasuries and stored seed can be distributed. Officials do this with discretion, coordinating with local leaders to reach those in need. This measured responsiveness prevents small crises from becoming catastrophic. It is an expression of the practical compassion that undergirds the administrative system. The movement of records is deliberate. Copies of key decrees are made and dispatched to provincial centers, where they are read aloud and posted in public spaces. This practice makes orders known and reduces confusion. The accessibility of these texts gives ordinary people a stable sense of what is expected and what assistance might be available. Public notices become a quiet anchor of civic knowledge. Officials sometimes send skilled artisans and engineers to address infrastructure needs. Road repairs, bridge maintenance, and irrigation work are coordinated centrally but carried out locally. These projects are planned with attention to climate and landscape so that they endure. The work proceeds in measured phases, each step recorded and accounted for, reinforcing a durable network of public goods. The exchange of cultural practices flows along administrative channels as well. Ideas about law, measures of craft, and elements of court ceremony travel with officials, diplomats, and traders, gently influencing local customs. This mutual flow is gradual and reciprocal, producing a shared atmosphere of etiquette and procedure that makes public life coherent across diverse lands. Feasts and festivals receive administrative attention too, with officials coordinating supplies and security, and sometimes contributing to the celebration. These events are moments of communal pause, occasions when records lie aside and people gather. The state's role in these ceremonies is practical, ensuring order and provision, while letting traditional forms remain at the heart of celebration. The movement of knowledge is supported by the scribal schools and the libraries of provincial centers. Students copy texts, practice accounts, and learn the formulas of governance. These places are quiet havens where information is preserved and taught. The continuity of literacy practices ensures that the future will inherit the calm procedures of administration and that the skills of record keeping will persist. Supply chains for military needs are managed with foresight. Forts are provisioned in advance with grain, fodder, and arms. Logistics officers schedule resupplies and arrange for local purchases when appropriate. This planning reduces the burden on local populations by smoothing demands over time. Supplies travel along the same networks as tribute and trade, benefiting from shared infrastructure and the measured pace of official movement. The legal recording of transactions is a careful ritual Contracts are written, sealed, and witnessed, and copies are kept in local archives. Whether a sale of land or a loan of seed, the formality of these records gives people confidence in their agreements. Disputes can be settled by referring to the written forms, and the presence of clear documentation calms tensions and supports orderly resolution. Regional coordination is maintained by periodic gatherings where deputies meet to discuss common concerns. These meetings are routine and focused on practical matters like road maintenance, grain reserves, and market dates. Solutions are found through quiet negotiation and mutual concession, preserving local autonomy while ensuring cooperation across boundaries. The gatherings reinforce the networked nature of governance, a slow reciprocity among communities. Transport of precious goods receives special care. Items of value are accompanied by trusted escorts, registered in multiple ledgers, and stored in secured chambers. The measures taken are practical and respectful of the value of labor that produced these goods. This care keeps commerce alive and reassures producers that their work will be respected and rewarded. Officials often carry small reserves of discretionary funds to address unforeseen needs. These sums are modest but useful, allowing prompt assistance in emergencies without waiting for long approvals. The use of such funds is recorded and later accounted for, ensuring transparency. This small flexibility helps maintain calm in the face of unpredictable events. Archives in provincial centers act as living memory. They contain records of taxes paid, legal cases, land grants, and correspondences. Keepers of archives are learned in the habits of preservation, ensuring documents are stored in dry conditions and copied when needed. These collections provide continuity, calming the minds of both officials and citizens who can consult the past for guidance in the present. The circulation of officials among provinces strengthens shared practices. Deputies who serve in different districts bring back methods and insights that are adapted to local contexts. This movement encourages innovation within a conservative framework, allowing practices to spread gently without forcing abrupt change. The slow diffusion of techniques helps the whole system improve incrementally. Measurement of performance is pragmatic. Inspectors visit to confirm that stores align with ledgers, that roads are passable, and that local levies are organized. Their reports are factual and restrained, suggesting corrective steps rather than condemnation. This approach fosters an environment where improvement is encouraged and failures are met with practical remedies. Public works are financed and built through coordinated effort. A project might draw on local labor, provincial supplies, and central oversight, each contributing to a shared result. The planning process respects seasonal cycles and local capacities so that projects complete in stages that match the rural rhythm. This patience ensures that infrastructure endures and communities feel included in their creation. Taxes and tribute, when collected conscientiously, become a predictable part of life. They fund common goods, maintain roads, and provide for security. The administration treats collection as a partnership. It asks for contributions, and it returns support in the form of peace, ordered markets, and infrastructure, creating a cycle of mutual dependence that moves slowly and steadily. Merchant guilds and local chambers consult with officials, organizing trade regulations and market days. Their coordinated efforts help ensure that commerce remains stable prices predictable and goods accessible. Officials listen and respond with practical adjustments, letting local expertise guide certain decisions. This collaboration deepens the sense that public life is a shared responsibility, conducted in calm, routine ways. Long-distance trade benefits from the administrative order. Merchants can plan journeys, estimate costs, and trust that tolls and regulations will be consistent. The predictability of the system reduces risks and encourages exchange. Goods move with quiet assurance, and the slow but steady interactions knit distant places together into a coherent economic fabric. Administrators and local leaders value patience. Decisions that affect life and livelihood are considered carefully with attention to precedent and local conditions. This deliberate tempo reduces impulsive actions and fosters continuity. The result is a governance that acts like a patient gardener, trimming and watering in season, attentive to the slow growth of communities. The flow of information, goods, and responsibility creates an enduring pattern. Each satrap, steward, and scribe contributes a small, steady act of order. Each record, caravan, and road station is a thread in the broader weave, a network that supports many lives. As the system moves in its calm metronome, it makes possible a vast, quiet administration that keeps communities connected and life predictable. Stone settles into quiet forms, and the palace rises like a patient thought, shaped by hands that understand weight and balance. Columns stand in gentle rhythm, a forest of supports that offer shade and space, guiding light into halls where voices move slowly. Flat roofs and sloping terraces hold the warmth of day and the cool of night, inviting air to wander through open courts. Water finds its way along channels and basins, making private echoes and reflecting the sky. Gardens lie like soft maps, ordered in green, where pathways curve and reveal small clearings for rest. The architecture is a conversation between shelter and openness, between the hard memory of rock and the soft breath of plants, and it encourages a slow, steady passage of attention. Foundations begin with patient excavation, with stones set upon bedrock or firm earth, shaped and placed with measured care. Builders know the language of joints, of mortar that breathes, of timbers wedged to receive loads. Ramps slope gently for the movement of heavy blocks, while pulleys and ropes make the lift gentler and more even. Brick is molded in hands that know its grain, then fired and stacked in patterns that hold weight and weather. Lime and ash are mixed to bind surfaces, and coatings of stucco are applied in thin, careful layers. Skilled masons tune the angles of corners, and carpenters fit beams with a quiet exactness. Each element is chosen for its part in a larger calm geometry. Light enters through carved openings and lattice screens that soften brightness into a slow, even glow. Windows are set high or angled to catch morning and evening, to frame a sky that changes gently and to shield the interior from sudden heat. Doors are treated with attention, their leaves sometimes studded with metalwork, sometimes inlaid with patterned wood, each opening given weight and dignity. Ceilings may be painted with geometric patterns, their colors muted by time and soot, or carved with shallow relief that makes shadow a partner in design. Floors are paved with stone or tiles, cool beneath bare feet, and often arranged in subdued patterns that guide movement without commanding it. Columns are both structural and symbolic, their shafts sometimes carved from single blocks sometimes assembled from drums, each joint fitted with care. Capitals bloom with stylized leaves, or with simple abatsi that carry beams. The spacing of supports defines how people move and gather, creating pockets of intimacy and broad expanses for assembly. Halls that are meant for reception tend to be grander, with higher roofs and broader spans, while private chambers are lower and more enclosed. The outer facades may be protected by screens and porticos, shading entries and creating a threshold where the outside world slows before entering the inner order. This measured threshold invites a calm readiness. Decoration grows from craft rather than flourish, with reliefs that travel along walls like a slow procession of memory. Stone and baked clay take images of animals, of robed figures, of small scenes meant to mark identity and continuity. Glazed tiles catch light with a soft sheen, the blues and greens like distant water. Metalwork crowns doors and frames, small studs and bands that are both practical and pleasing. Carpentry shows in hidden joinery, in drawers and cabinets that open with quiet confidence. Textiles hang in places to soften sound and to give color without disturbing balance. Each ornament is measured, its presence meant to settle attention rather than to startle it. Workshops cluster near the palace, like small villages of making, where steady hands give shape to materials. Stonecutters keep rhythm at their axes and chisels, coaxing figures and lettering out of hard surfaces with slow, repeated motions. Metalworkers bring heat and hammer, annealing and shaping bronze and iron into tools, fittings, and ceremonial objects. Potters turn clay on wheels, their movements circular and gentle, forming vessels for storage and serving. Weavers work with looms that hum, their fingers crossing threads into cloth that absorbs light and sound. Glassmakers, where present, blow and shape soft, molten forms, letting them cool into delicate objects that filter light. These workshops are organized by skill and time, with apprentices learning by watching and doing, absorbing gestures as though learning a breathing pattern. Masters set tasks and correct posture, passing techniques that require patience. Kilns and furnaces become steady, warm centers, their fires regulated with attention, their cycles bringing consistent quality. Tools are cared for, polished and sharpened, and stored in racks that keep order. Raw materials are brought through carefully planned routes, sometimes from distant quarries or forests, and are managed with records that note quantities and qualities. This quiet logistics supports a larger pace, ensuring that the palace's needs are met without rush. The palace keeps its own set of gardens and water systems, and gardeners tend plants with the same slow discipline as other craftsmen. Irrigation channels are checked each morning, small repairs made with a practiced efficiency. Herb beds grow for both scent and taste, their leaves harvested in measured amounts. Trees are pruned to shape, not to force, and vines are trained to pergolas that soften the sun. Small ponds and fountains move water in gentle rhythms, and the sound of trickling water becomes part of a daily score. The garden is both utility and repose, supplying fruits and medicinal plants, and offering a place for quiet reflection. Storage spaces are arranged with economy and care, granaries and cellars built to preserve grain, oil, and wine through seasons. Clay jars are packed in straw, labeled with marks that indicate origin and quality. High shelves house textiles and ceremonial robes, carefully folded and scented with dried herbs. The treasury is separate and guarded, with boxes and chests designed to hold precious metals and stones, and seals applied to show custody. The preservation of goods is a slow architecture of its own, arranging time and material so that the palace can be sustained in steady cycles. Household staff move through these spaces in soft, practiced patterns, each role designed to maintain order. Chamberlains and stewards coordinate work and attention, their notebooks or tablets holding lists that steady memory. Cooks plan meals that follow seasonal rhythms, preparing ingredients with restrained use of spices, balancing nourishment and hospitality. Bakers manage ovens that supply steady loaves, their routines timed with the rise and fall of heat. Water carriers and cleaners keep surfaces refreshed, their presence quiet but constant. Each action is small but essential, a repeated kindness that holds the household together. Eunuchs often served as careful attendants and supervisors within inner areas, their positions entrusting them with access and discretion. They manage keys, oversee domestic quarters, and sometimes coordinate the movements of servants. Valets and chambermaids attend to bedrooms and wardrobes, arranging garments and bedding with neat hands. Laundresses wash and press textiles, using plant-based soaps and careful rinses, drying fabrics in courtyards where air can carry away dampness. Perfume makers blend oils and incense, producing subtle scents that are used sparingly to mark ritual or to refresh the senses. Scribes and clerks are central, carrying the slow discipline of record into everyday administration. They copy lists and accounts, using styluses and ink with measured strokes. Archives are organized with tags, with tablets or scrolls placed according to date or topic, creating a calm repository of memory. Seals and impressions authenticate documents, and the movement of letters is handled by messengers who know routes and simple courtesies. The record-keeping is not hurried, but deliberate, designed to keep the palace's affairs clear and available for reference. Ceremonies follow a gentle cadence, beginning with small rituals at dawn when the day is still cool. Offerings of food or light are arranged with care and placed in designated niches. The act performed with steady hands. Royal audiences are conducted with a predictable protocol. Guests wait in outer courtyards and are led in through porticos, their steps measured to honor space and presence. Speeches and replies are delivered calmly, the tone even, and gestures are precise but unforced. Gifts are exchanged as tokens of relation, wrapped and recorded, their appearance more about continuity than spectacle. Banquets take place in halls where long tables hold simple abundance, and the service is attentive without haste. Plates and bowls are set in careful order, and food is passed with steady hands. Musicians may play soft melodies on stringed instruments or flutes, their tones low and continuous, blending with the murmur of conversation. Attendants refill vessels and clear plates with discreet motion. Eating in this context is both nourishment and a slow social form, reinforcing alliances and ensuring mutual obligations. Diplomatic meetings are handled through long-established courtesies, with envoys presented by name and title, their messages read or recited by scribes. Protocol governs seating and the order of offers, creating a peaceful structure that allows negotiation without sudden moves. Gifts are placed and inspected, their quality acknowledged and recorded. The language of exchange is deliberate, soft, and respectful, aimed at establishing or renewing ties rather than at dramatic display. This steadiness creates trust over time. The palace supports workshops for textile production that supply garments and banners, where looms are set in well-lit rooms and threads are organized by color and material. Dyers prepare baths of plant pigments, transferring deep natural shades into cloth through repeated immersion. Embroiderers stitch small scenes or patterns with fine thread, their hands moving slowly to produce even motifs that will be seen up close. These textile arts contribute not just to clothing, but to ceremonial display, to the quiet language of cloth that marks rank and place. Metal workshops also produce functional objects with a quiet aesthetic. Swords and spearheads are forged and tempered with careful control of heat, and fittings are repoussé with subtle motifs. Bronze doors and clamps are finished with a polish that catches light gently. Goldsmiths and silversmiths craft small vessels and jewelry using granulation and filigree techniques that require intense focus. Gem cutters smooth and faceted stones to sit in settings that reflect light without glare. These objects are made to be handled and held, their surfaces soothing to touch and pleasing in proportion. Pottery and ceramic work contribute vessels for daily and ritual use, their glazes muted and tactile. Bowls, jars, and platters are thrown and trimmed, then fired in controlled kilns to achieve consistency. Glazed tiles are produced for decorative panels, their colors arranged in subtle palettes. Relief tiles can depict gentle processions or stylized animals, adding a narrative layer to walls. The tactile quality of these ceramics brings a quiet materiality to palace life, objects that are useful and that also carry a sense of place. Carpentry shapes furniture and structural elements with a slow, exacting hand. Chairs and stools are made to be comfortable in simple proportions, while chests and cabinets bear carved panels that are both sturdy and decorative. Roof beams are joined using traditional techniques that avoid unnecessary metal, relying on mortise and tenon joints that hold through seasons. Wooden screens are latticed to filter light, their patterns repeated across rooms to create visual consistency. The smell of wood and oil becomes part of the palace's atmosphere, grounding the space. Stables and animal care form a quiet part of routine, with grooms tending to horses and beasts used for transport. Stalls are kept clean, feeds measured, and tack maintained with gentle attention. Animals are exercised in courtyards or on nearby paths, their presence slow and reassuring. Pack animals rest with soft bedding, their loads balanced and stored for travel. The movement of animals is coordinated so that comings and goings are steady and predictable. Security is present in measured ways, with guards posted at gates and within certain courts, their watch steady and unobtrusive. Gates are controlled with latches and locks that are checked regularly. Patrols move at even paces, their steps part of the palace rhythm. Watchfulness is a quiet discipline, where attention is maintained without alarm, where prevention is practiced through routine care and the orderly management of access. Learning and counsel take place in study rooms where books and tablets are kept safe. Scholars and advisors meet in quiet, exchanging ideas with soft speech. Scribes copy texts and maintain lists of laws, decrees, and accounts, their work forming the slow backbone of administration. Instruction occurs in measured lessons, with masters demonstrating and students practicing. The preservation of knowledge is continuous, an unhurried labor that keeps customs and procedures intelligible across time. Daily schedules are arranged with a gentle predictability, the palace operating on a sequence of tasks that repeat with the seasons. Mornings are for practical matters and private rituals, middays for audiences and sustenance, evenings for reflection, music, and small gatherings. This rhythm allows the palace to function smoothly, each participant fitting their part into a larger tempo. The predictability creates comfort, and the repetition makes roles easier to inhabit. Maintenance is ongoing, repairs attended with promptness and care. Roof tiles are replaced before leaks become a problem. Walls are repainted in muted tones, and pathways are swept of dust. Small workshops are available for urgent crafting, able to produce hinges or fastenings when needed. This attitude of care prevents disorder and helps the palace to remain a slow-moving organism, healthy and balanced. Ritual observances punctuate the ordinary, simple acts that mark time and relationship. Seasonal offerings are arranged with neat sympathy. Small feasts and music accompany certain days, and tokens of remembrance are placed in niches. These acts are not loud, but are consistent, a way of aligning human activity with larger cycles. The palace becomes a container for memory and for the practice of shared habits, where people touch the same objects and repeat the same gestures, creating a sense of continuity. Communication within the palace is handled with plain, steady etiquette. Messages are sent by couriers who know inner routes and necessary forms of address. Letters are sealed and recorded, and replies are composed with measured language. The circulation of information is designed to be accurate rather than swift, valuing correctness and protocol. In this way, decisions are informed by reliable facts, and actions are taken with considered knowledge. Spaces for private repose are arranged to encourage quiet rest. Chambers are set back from public halls, insulated by courtyards and screens, with beds and cushions placed to invite slow sleep. Blankets and textiles are layered in calming colors, and lamps are low at night. The slow lowering of activity in these rooms supports a soft closure to the day, allowing the mind and body to release tension and settle. Even the smallest functional routines are performed with a gentle logic, whether it is the folding of a robe, the laying out of tools, or the setting of a table. Each small action is practiced until it becomes an easy, unthinking motion, and in this ease, the household finds harmony. The accumulation of these careful, modest gestures creates a larger sense of order that calms the mind. Movement through the palace is guided by unspoken patterns, by thresholds, and by sightlines that direct feet and eyes without coercion. Courtyards invite pause, corridors lead to stillness, and stairways ascend in gentle steps. This choreography of architecture and habit gives life to the palace as a slow performance, one that unfolds without hurry and with an abiding sense of care. Administrators convene in small councils, their discussions deliberate and paced to allow reflection. Decisions are reached through consultation and recorded in plain language, preserving intent and ensuring continuity. The calm of these meetings rests on preparation and on respect for procedure, and it allows governance to be steady rather than abrupt. Artists and artisans continue to refine motifs and techniques, their work crossing from one medium to another with quiet persistence. Patterns in stone may inspire threads in cloth, colors in glaze may be echoed in painted ceilings. This soft interchange encourages unity across the palace, a slow aesthetic coherence that soothes the eye and eases movement. Daily life within these walls is a tapestry of small, patient practices. Each craft, each service, each gesture contributes to a steady atmosphere where attention is gentle and work is both useful and beautiful. The palace, in this sense, becomes a lived archive of skill and care, where the weight of tasks is lightened by rhythm, and the hands that perform them know the value of doing things well and slowly. Soft light travels across fields, and the land answers in small, steady motions. Farmers rise with the cool air, hands ready for the careful work that repeats with quiet patience. Plow and seed, furrow and grain follow a rhythm tuned to the seasons. Fields breathe with irrigation canals that move slowly like rivers in miniature, carrying life to roots and sending back the scent of wet earth. The cycles of planting, tending, and gathering hold a deep, regular grace. Each day moves with purpose, but without strain, a pattern that comforts and steadies the household and the village. As predictable as the slow turning of the sun, water is the soft constant that defines much of daily work. Channels are dug with steady effort, and small gates are managed by hands that have known their positions for years. Water managers attend to the timing of flows so that wheat beds and orchards drink at the right moment. Fields near rivers learn the language of the floods and high tides, while upland terraces keep close watch on rain clouds. Irrigation is both craft and covenant, shared among neighbors who take turns guiding the water. This sense of shared care keeps the land alive and fosters a quiet strength among those who tend it. Planting follows a gentle calendar that the whole village recognizes without a clock. Grain is sown when soil feels warm and dry enough to accept a seed, and trees are pruned in the calm after harvest. Seasonal tasks arrange themselves like beads on a string. Seed time, growth time, harvest time, and rest. During each time, conversations turn to particular needs: mending tools, repairing walls, planning trades. Evenings are for mending nets and telling small, simple stories, for the day's work is folded into memory and stored for when the next season calls. These routines keep life steady and human. Fields and gardens are tended alongside orchards that yield fruit in patient abundance. Pomegranates, almonds, figs, and scent-filled citrus trees grow where soil and water allow. Fruit trees require pruning, careful thinning, and protection in times of harsh weather. The fruit is shared with the household, stored for leaner months, or taken to market in woven baskets. Storage jars and clay bins hold dried fruits and preserved olives, each labeled by the hand that packed them. Storage itself is a practice of foresight, a simple trust in future days crafted from careful attention to the present. Tending flocks and herds happens in the soft hours before noon and again as evening cools. Goats and sheep move with a kind of slow conversation across slopes and fallow land, grazing where the ground is gentle. Herders know the paths by heart, the small stone markers and the shaded hollows. They teach children to read the land, to notice where water pools and where new sprouts will be sweetest. Herd animals are companions of a different kind, giving wool, milk, and a rhythm to the day. Milk is drawn with calm hands and turned into simple cheeses and butter that feed families across many quiet mornings. The village market is a patient place of steady exchange. where goods move at an unhurried pace. Stalls are set up along sunlit lanes, where cloths are spread and pottery is displayed. Bakers bring fresh loaves from small stone ovens, and the scent of warm bread meets the cool air. Merchants move with measured steps, speaking softly as they arrange wares and settle small accounts. Coins change hands with a light clink, and barter is common for those who prefer a different balance. The market is a social space as much as an economic one, where neighbors meet, stories are exchanged, and the day is observed with calm interest. Artisans shape daily life with careful skill, their hands moving in rhythms learned over years. Potters sit by their wheels, coaxing shapes from clay that will carry food and water. Weavers work narrow looms in shaded corners, passing threads through the same steady pattern that has been used for generations. Metalworkers beat and bend with steady strokes, turning raw ore into tools and ornaments. These workshops hum with sound, but the hum is soft and steady, a background music to the village day. Apprentices learn by watching and by doing. Their practice a slow build that transforms simple tasks into trusted craft. The rhythm of household life is measured and gentle. Women and men share duties according to the seasons and the needs of the household, hands moving in practiced cooperation. Kitchens are warm, small places where steam and spice mix with the light. Meals are prepared from what the land and animals provide, with flatbreads baked on flat stones and stew simmered slowly in clay pots. Conversations at table are calm and rhythmic, often about plans for the field, the condition of animals, or the slow progress of a building project. Children learn the songs of survival and care at these tables, as well as the names of plants and the uses of tools. Children grow with a patient cadence, learning through imitation and small tasks. They carry water, help in gardens, and follow elders to the field to learn the turning of plow and sickle. Their play often mirrors adult work in gentle forms: small looms for weaving, tiny pots for pretend meals. Education is practical, rooted in daily tasks and in stories that carry knowledge across generations. Older children teach younger ones the safer ways to handle knives and fire, and they teach respect for routines that keep everyone safe. Apprenticeships in crafts begin young and deepen slowly, as skills are held in hands that steady and soften with practice. Local markets are also places of small luxury and careful taste. Spices, fragrant oils, and dyed cloths travel in from neighboring regions and are displayed in measured piles. Merchants curtail their voices to avoid startling the calm, and buyers move along aisles with patient attention. Cloth is inspected for weave and dye, and silk is admired for its narrow sheen. Small, colorful bottles of perfume are uncorked barely enough for a breath. Everyone understands that desire must be tempered with need. Purchases are made with reflection, not haste. This quiet moderation keeps the rhythm of daily life undisturbed. Crafts are often organized through informal guild-like groupings that share knowledge and protect standards. A potter's circle may set the size of jars or the depth of glazes, while textile workers agree on patterns for particular families or rituals. These conventions keep crafts steady and reliable, so that when a jar is needed to hold grain, its maker knows the expectations. Workshops often sit near markets, so that goods can be tested by customers and repaired if needed. The social fabric of craft is slow and supportive, ensuring that skills are passed down and that the village maintains a steady supply of necessary objects. Towns have small municipal practices that guide daily order with careful economy. Local elders attend to disputes with the calm of long experience, settling matters by reference to habit and the quiet rules that have proven their worth. A water official may keep a simple ledger of distribution, and a market's overseer ensures that scales are fair. These small offices are not elaborate, but are woven into daily life like the mortar in a wall, steadying and unseen unless something goes awry. Their presence allows people to plan their days with an assured expectation of fairness and predictability. Roads that lead to the village are sometimes soft tracks pressed into the earth and sometimes paved with slabs in busier towns. Caravans arrive with a patient rhythm, and inns provide rest for travelers and animals. These places are low-lit and quiet, with rooms that are simple and comfortable. The arrival of a caravan means new goods and news, and the village listens with gentle curiosity. Travelers share stories in ordinary voices, and the exchange of news becomes part of the fabric that keeps distant places connected, all without hurry or grand announcement. Markets and bazaars reflect a calm hierarchy of goods that the community recognizes. Some stalls offer basic staples that everyone needs, while others hold rarer items reserved for special occasions. The arrangement is deliberate, allowing shoppers to move through familiar spaces that ease decision-making. Prices are regular enough that both seller and buyer can trust them, and small disputes are met with patient negotiation. The market is a place of modest abundance, where need is met with calm supply, and where taste is expressed in small, thoughtful choices. Craft workshops carry the quiet discipline of repetition and refinement. A weaver's loom, for example, breathes in a steady, metronomic way that matches the rhythm of days. The patterns woven are shared cultural chords, often telling simple stories or marking family identity. Potters sing softly as they center clay, while metalworkers listen for the right ring, tuning their blows like gentle notes. This slow perfection is not about speed, but about creating forms that last and that fit into the smooth continuity of daily life. Each object made is a quiet promise to the household that will use it. Foodways are simple and full of texture, relying on the staples of grain, legumes, and seasonal vegetables. Meals are frugal but comforting, with broths and flatbreads eaten slowly. Preserved foods, dried fruit, salted fish, pickled vegetables, are stored carefully in cellars and jars for months when fields are less generous. Spices are used sparingly, with a mindful hand. The act of eating itself is a form of meditation, an acknowledgement of the work that brought the food to table, and of the steady cooperation of hands and land. Small industries support the town economy without disturbing its peace. Bakers work before dawn, and the village smells faintly of bread as the day opens. Tanneries are located downwind and are practical places where hides are turned into durable leathers. Dye houses cluster where water can be reused, and soap makers gather ashes and oils to clean fabric and skin. Each trade fits into the larger pattern of life, providing goods that are needed and used in ordinary ways. The balance keeps everyone nourished and equates labor with gentle reward. Villages and towns keep care for the elderly and the ill with a quiet dignity. Family members tend loved ones with soft routines of feeding, washing, and watching. Remedies are often herbal, drawn from knowledge about local plants and their slow, careful preparation. Community members with particular skill in healing are consulted with simple respect. The attention to health is practical and patient, less about dramatic cures and more about steady care that restores comfort and strength over time. Law and custom move at an unhurried pace, shaped by repeated practice and oral memory. When disputes arise, elders consult the slow ledger of tradition, weighing precedents more than written codes. Agreements are often sealed with small rituals, an exchange of cloth, a handful of seed, acts that say, life will continue. Local officials record transactions in simple ledgers that follow patterns everyone understands. These records keep track of obligations and rights, and they are consulted with calm seriousness when needs require clarity. Apprenticeships in crafts are a lifetime of learning that moves with soft continuity. A young weaver learns the rhythm of the loom by shadowing an elder, with small tasks that build into mastery. Trust grows between master and apprentice, and so do the skills that sustain a quiet dignity in labor. Apprentices learn to measure not only materials, but also temperament, how to sit calmly through long hours, and how to accept small corrections. This slow passing of skill is a form of cultural memory, ensuring that the village sustains its own fabric of life. Public spaces are simple and gracious, often a shaded square with a water basin or a small communal oven. These spaces host quiet rituals of daily life, a midday rest, a small ritual washing, the sharing of bread with a neighbor. Trees offer shade and a place for conversation, while benches and low walls provide slow comfort. When people gather, they do so gently, not to excite, but to maintain the social threads that make cooperation possible. The square is a place of soft order, where news and small decisions are exchanged in low voices. Seasonal festivals are calm moments of shared pleasure and remembrance. They are not loud spectacles, but steady, reflective occasions when the community honors cycles of growth and rest. Foods are shared more freely, songs are sung in measured phrases, and small gifts are exchanged. These communal rituals reaffirm relationships and the mutual care that sustains everyday life. They move with deliberate slowness, allowing people to savor continuity and the familiar textures of their shared world. Trade routes bring a mild variety to town life, introducing new goods and quiet news from distant places. Travelers bring woven silks and small spices, and the scent of foreign markets mixes with local aromas. These arrivals are occasional and welcome, a gentle reminder of a larger world beyond immediate fields. Merchants who travel far are respected for their knowledge of routes and goods, and their stories are told calmly in the evenings. The exchange is measured and practical, adding a mild richness without disturbing the village's steady rhythm. Housing is crafted with local materials and thoughtful simplicity. Thick mud walls keep interiors cool in summer and warm in winter, while flat roofs serve as small terraces for drying grain and sleeping on warm nights. Rooms are arranged around courtyards that collect light and air, and the courtyard becomes a center for cooking, weaving, and small celebrations. Furniture is modest: low benches, woven mats, and simple wooden chests, but it is made with care. Each home is a careful balance of utility and comfort, built to last and to hold the small rituals of daily life. Laundry is a communal, unhurried task that often draws people together, along stream banks or wells. Clothes are washed by hand with plain soap and dried slowly in the sun. While working, people exchange news and simple advice. Washing becomes a social seam that ties different households together, a peaceful way to show care for clothing and for one another. This practice preserves neatness and dignity in daily life and reinforces a gentle sense of mutual responsibility. Roadside inns and caravanserais offer shelter and soft light for travelers and traders. Their courtyards are lined with animals and goods, but the atmosphere is calm. Meals are served in simple bowls, and rooms are small but clean. A traveler's rest is respectful and unhurried, allowing the long journey to slow at least for a night. The innkeeper tends to details with quiet competence, knowing that small comforts, clean water, a mended blanket, can ease a traveler's burden in a steady, humane way. Markets are overseen by small committees of respected locals who tend to fairness and order with slow authority. Scales are checked, disputes are mediated, and practices are documented in simple scripts. These committees do not dominate, but rather nurture trust, ensuring that daily trade moves smoothly. Their procedures are deliberate and clear, reducing friction and fostering predictability. In this way, commerce supports the larger calm of village life, rather than disrupting it. Food preservation is an art of slow certainty, practiced across households. Grains are dried, smoked meats are cured, and fruits are sun-dried on elevated racks. Storage rooms are cool and dark, and jars are sealed with careful attention. The act of preservation is not hurried. It is a steady skill that ensures food through lean seasons. The knowledge of what to preserve and how to prepare, it is handed down with the same calm care as other crafts, and the preserved stores become quiet reassurance when fields are less yielding. Small water mills turn with patient motion where streams have gentle drops. Millstones grind grain into flour with a soft, dependable sound that blends into the day. The miller's role is steady and valued. People bring their grain and wait politely as the stones do their work. Nearby, basket makers weave containers to carry the flour and other goods, producing forms that are both practical and quietly beautiful. Together, these small products and services sustain the household economy in a measured, reliable way. Village schools, when present, are modest spaces where children learn letters, numbers, and the basics of commerce and ethics. Instruction is calm, often oral, and designed to fit into days already full of work. Teachers use simple recitation and copying to develop steady skills, while moral lessons are integrated into daily examples. The school is not a separate institution, but part of a broader life that values steady learning as part of the craft of living. Education here focuses on practical wisdom more than abstract debate. Small medical practices respond to daily wounds and common illnesses with a composed, experienced hand. Herbalists blend remedies with moderate doses and simple rituals of rest. Broken bones are set and bandaged with splints that support slow healing. Community members learn to tend fevers with cool compresses and to keep the sick comfortable in bed. These practices are not miraculous, but are effective through steady attention, kindness, and the careful repetition of tried methods. Ceramics and pottery support both utility and beauty in quiet balance. Jars are shaped for grain and oil, with lids that fit snugly. Bowls are made for daily meals, with rims smooth to the touch. Potters mark their wares with simple signs that indicate maker and purpose. Firing takes time and gentle tending of the kiln's heat, producing durable objects that join many households. Pottery is a constant presence, unassuming but essential, and its making is a meditative act of shaping earth into something useful. Local taxation is modest and predictable, often collected in kind or via small cash payments. The tax collector is a familiar figure who moves with measured steps, placing records in a neat ledger. People give with an understanding that the contribution supports communal works, like road maintenance or the repair of irrigation channels. The process is administered with calm fairness when trust is present, and it is resolved quickly when questions arise. This trust helps maintain the slow infrastructure that underpins daily life. Neighborhoods form soft social networks where everyday favors are exchanged and obligations are remembered. People watch over one another's houses during absences, share tools, and help repair roofs after storms. This mutual aid is practiced without formal accounting, guided by a sense of balance and reciprocity. Small acts, borrowing a ladder, sharing bread, become the stitches that hold the social fabric together. These ties reinforce a settled calm, knowing that help is near when needed. Seasonal migrations of shepherds happen on a modest scale, with flocks moving to higher pastures in warmer months and returning in cooler weather. These movements are orderly and practiced, with pathways known and stops anticipated. Shepherds carry only what they need, living light and moving deliberately. Their movements connect different communities and create a gentle interchange of products and stories. The rhythm of migration is as much about necessity as it is about a long, quiet knowledge of landscape. Local religious and ritual practices enter daily life with a soft regularity. Small shrines and sacred spots are tended with measured offerings, and ritual times are observed without fanfare. These practices bring a sense of order and a moment of contemplation each day. Priests or elders lead simple rites that mark important moments: harvest thanks, the naming of a child, with steady ceremony. The rituals are not loud proclamations, but quiet measures that bind people to place and to one another. Urban crafts in larger towns are slightly more specialized, with workshops dedicated to jewelry, fine textiles, and intricate metalwork. These spaces hum with focused care, producing objects for markets and for the houses of those who can afford them. Techniques are refined through repetition and exchange among artisans who visit each other in calm collaboration. The products are not merely for show. They mark identity and provide small comforts, contributing to a subtle cultural richness that rests lightly on the community's daily life. Hospitality is an understated virtue, practiced quietly and without ostentation. Guests are welcomed with a modest meal and a place to sleep, and hosts take care that travelers rest well. The act of welcoming is not performed for display, but out of a steady sense of duty and kindness. Small gestures, fresh water, a clean blanket, a warm cup, carry the weight of care. Hospitality keeps social bonds alive and ensures that even transient people feel a small measure of stability. Markets also shape the calendar with quiet regularity. Market days are anticipated and prepared for, and people time their harvests and crafts to coincide with these gentle peaks in commerce. When market day arrives, the town feels slightly fuller as stall canopies line the main streets and the hum of trade rises a few degrees. Yet even this is measured and slow, with buyers and sellers following known patterns. The market day is a rhythm within a rhythm, a larger heartbeat that structures social life in an understated way. The manner in which goods are transported reflects a steady pragmatism. Pack animals move with patient effort, carrying balanced loads. Cart wheels are regularly greased and mended, and travelers plan routes to avoid sudden storms. Goods travel in stages, from small producers to local markets, then onward to regional centers. This flow is deliberate and coordinated, with simple checkpoints along the way for rest and exchange. The movement of goods is not hurried, but efficient, ensuring that the village receives what it needs and sends out what it produces. Small civic projects, repairing a bridge, dredging a channel, are organized with communal labor and modest leadership. People gather with tools and a shared purpose, working side by side in a comfortable silence that values steady effort over showy action. These repairs are practical acts of care, undertaken because they maintain the good condition of paths and fields. The success of these projects relies on trust and a collective sense of stewardship, and their completion strengthens the slow harmony of communal life. Textiles carry patterns of identity that are gently recognized in daily interactions. Certain weaves or dyes are associated with families or regions, and clothing choices reflect modest status and taste rather than ostentatious display. Dyeing is a careful craft, with colors drawn from plants and minerals and fixed with slow, known recipes. Woven fabrics are handed down or mended with care, and the practice of repairing rather than replacing reflects a preference for continuity. Clothing is thus both practical and a quiet language of belonging. Communication across villages moves at a human pace. Messengers travel on foot or by mule, carrying news that is received calmly and discussed quietly in courtyards and workshops. This mode of communication allows time for reflection so that responses are thoughtful rather than impulsive. Messages are often simple: an invitation, a trade proposal, a notice of repair. The pace preserves a sense of deliberation in public life, ensuring that decisions are grounded in shared experience and careful consideration. Banks of communal memory are kept in the minds of elders who recall agreements, patterns of seasons, and the small histories that shape community decisions. These memories are consulted gently when questions arise, and they form a living archive that complements written records. Elders are not repositories of absolute authority, but guides who offer context and the benefit of long experience. Their counsel is calm and seasoned, helping the village navigate changes that come slowly and inevitably. Road maintenance is a matter of routine attention rather than grand projects. Small crews repair ruts, replace eroded stones, and trim encroaching brush so that carts move with ease. These tasks are regular and practical, keeping travel comfortable and predictable. The constant, modest upkeep ensures that the village remains connected to neighboring places, and it limits surprises that might disrupt daily life. Such maintenance is an expression of care for shared resources and for a steady communal future. Seasonal care of orchards and vineyards is performed with learned delicacy. Pruning is done in measured stages, thinning branches so that sun and air enter the canopy. Grapevines are tended to yield steady growth, and fruit trees are supported with small braces when storms threaten. These acts of care are patient and precise, done with an eye toward longevity rather than quick profit. The resulting yields are steady joys for the household, wine for moderation, fruit for sharing, and they reflect an attitude of nurturing that extends through generations. Neighbors watch for one another in small practical ways. If a storm threatens, people help move animals to higher ground and support shared walls that may leak. If illness strikes, families bring prepared foods and sit with the sick in comfort. These acts are neither heroic nor dramatic. They are the modest fibers that weave a social safety net. The village's strength is found in the accumulation of small, dependable supports, in the quiet care that keeps life steady even when the weather shifts. Market regulation is enforced with a gentle hand to ensure fairness and predictability. Local overseers check weights and measures, and small fines are applied when necessary. The point is not punishment, but balance, to keep trust intact so that daily trade can continue smoothly. These measures help everyone plan. Producers can estimate needs, and buyers can trust quality. The presence of such regulation is a soft reassurance that the market serves the community and not only individual profit. Craft exchange between towns fosters innovation within a calm continuity. Traveling artisans bring new stitches or small motifs that are adapted into local practice with gentle consideration. Techniques spread slowly, meeting local preferences and fitting into existing routines. This diffusion is deliberate and selective, and it results in a cultural landscape that is both varied and coherent. The exchange enriches life without disrupting it, adding small textures to a familiar pattern. Gardens near houses offer daily pleasures in simple forms. Herbs, lettuces, and small flowers are tended in plots that are easy to manage and always near at hand. These gardens provide fresh greens for meals and fragrant leaves for modest medicines. They are spaces of quiet care where one can step out and gather what is needed, sensing the close link between living hands and living plants. The presence of these small gardens softens daily routines and brings a touch of calm beauty to ordinary life. Municipal records are kept with modest tools, ink, reed pens, and simple ledgers that list obligations and agreements. The writing is neat and deliberate, designed to be clear and durable. These records are consulted when disputes arise or when future needs are planned. They do not replace living memory, but complement it, creating a balance between oral tradition and written notice. The preservation of such records is a quiet investment in stability, allowing steady governance rather than abrupt change. Children learn the arts of trade and craft through small, steady tasks that build confidence and competence. They are given responsibilities that fit their abilities, gradually increasing as trust grows. Through repetition and patient correction, they become part of the village economy and social life. The process is gentle and respectful, teaching that skill is earned through practice and that community depends on shared effort. Even in busy times, life moves with patient order. A harvest may increase the tempo for a while, but every action is planned and coordinated so that the pace never becomes frantic. Work is divided and rest is scheduled, preserving a balance that keeps people healthy and communities stable. This steady management of labor and time is a form of quiet wisdom that ensures continuity across years and seasons. The scent of bread and the feel of warm clay are constant, familiar anchors in daily life. These small comforts accumulate into a sense of place that is calm, steady, and deeply human. Each act, baking, weaving, tending, adds to a slow weave of daily meaning. Life in towns and villages is guided by rhythms that soothe rather than excite, nurturing a gentle, dependable world where work and care remain in balanced harmony. An army moves like a slow, steady river, each current measured, each tributary tending its own course. Supply lines run like quiet veins through a landscape, carrying grain, cloth, and tools to bodies that will rest and breathe. In such a system, motion is gentle and deliberate, paced by water and wind, by the ease of a horse's pace, and the measured steps of men walking between tents and towns. The steady rhythm of movement matters more than sudden surges, and the patience of planning is the first lesson for any long journey. Recruitment unfolded with a soft cadence, woven into seasons and household life. Families gave sons in cycles, rulers called upon clans and cities, and sometimes paid men came from distant places. Tribal leaders, local elders, and provincial officials kept lists and notes, and they learned to balance the needs of fields with the needs of arms. Gentle agreements, promises of pay, or the simple comfort of bread and shelter alike drew men together into company, creating units that moved with familiar ease. Training was a patient craft, much like tending a garden. New recruits learned to handle simple tools first, to carry a spear, and to stand in a measured line. Archery practice was daily, arrows sinking into straw targets like soft breaths. Cavalry riders spent long, peaceful hours with their mounts, learning to feel the horse's rhythm and to guide it with calm hands. Drills were slow at first and then steady, the repetition becoming a quiet music that synchronized hands and feet. Commands traveled by voice and by small, clear signals: a trumpet note, a drumbeat, a raised staff. These were simple cues that carried instruction without haste. Officers moved among men like caretakers, checking harnesses and making small adjustments, ensuring that everyone had water and that boots were fit and straps tied. Leadership was often local and practical, a matter of seeing to everyday comforts and balance rather than issuing dramatic orders. The care of animals was central, and horses were tended with attention like that given to a household member. Stables were kept clean, and beds of straw were changed. Herds of pack animals were guided gently along routes, and those who tended them watched the animals' breathing and the tone of their hooves. Food for beasts was counted and stored. Fodder, barley, and hay were packaged and moved in measured lots, and the steady supply of fodder determined the pace of travel as much as any map. Supply depots were small, calm havens. Granaries held measured sacks of grain, their walls designed to hold warmth and keep out dampness. Salt, dried meat, pulses, and flatbreads were layered in ways that preserved them through heat and dust. These stores spoke of careful planning rather than feverish haste, and the placement of depots along routes was chosen for shade and water. The existence of a nearby well could make a march possible. Its memory guided decisions like a quiet compass. Wagons and carts moved with a careful cadence, their wheels turned by quiet oxen and steady mules. Drivers learned to judge the spring of a wheel and the hold of a road. Loads were balanced in a slow, thoughtful manner, each sack and grain measure placed with care, so that a journey would not strain a team. Bridges were crossed one at a time, and streams were forded in the soft hours of morning when water shone like polished glass. The art of building roads was gentle and enduring. Hands packed earth and stone in layers, smoothing surfaces that would carry feet and wheels for years. Way stations were placed at intervals, offering shade, bread, and a place to mend a strap or sharpen a blade. These stations were islands of simple hospitality, where travelers found stable shelter and a quiet table, and where couriers could hand off messages like passing torches. Communication along imperial routes was a calm relay of messages and small objects. Runners, mounted couriers, and relay riders moved information from one post to another with practiced efficiency. Seals and letters were carried in leather pouches, wrapped securely, and entrusted to riders who knew the land. The pace of correspondence was measured by the reliability of hands and the safety of paths rather than by urgency. Garrison life settled into soft routines. Guards took turns in measured shifts, watching horizons and fields with calm eyes. They tended their small gardens, repaired clothing, and fixed tools. In the calm hours, soldiers wove simple household items, repaired harnesses, and practiced small drills. The watchman's post was a quiet place for contemplation as well as duty, where the landscape was observed like a slow-moving painting. Fortifications grew out of patient necessity. Earthen banks rose slowly from the ground, framed by stones placed with hands that knew the earth. Mud brick walls were formed in repeated layers, dried in sun that took its time to warm each brick. Towers were added at intervals, simple silhouettes on the skyline, each with a narrow stair and a small room for a few watchers. Gateways were planned to permit slow, ordered entry and to shelter those who guarded them. Water storage was a quietly managed resource. Cisterns were dug, lined with special plaster, and carefully sealed to keep coolness and cool water. Wells were maintained with buckets and pulleys, and the sound of drawn water became a gentle metronome for camp life. Rainwater was collected with slow channels and stored in jars. The thought of water guided placement of encampments and watchposts as much as any map. Food preservation was a practical art with a calm rhythm. Grains were threshed and stored in woven sacks. Meat was salted, dried in the sun, or slow smoked until it would last many days. Small pots of pickled vegetables and jars of oil were part of every supply parcel. The practice of preserving food allowed long marches without fear, and the taste of a simple, familiar meal gave comfort in distant places. Engineers were steady hands that shaped campaigns in quiet ways. They learned to craft bridges from beams and rope, to lay planks across streams, and to build simple pontoons for soft river crossings. Their work required measured patience, an understanding of soil and timber, and the ability to make strong things from simple pieces. These builders moved calmly ahead of columns, preparing paths and smoothing difficulties into manageable steps. Siegecraft, when it was needed, was a careful, measured operation. Machines were assembled with slow precision, frame by frame. Rolls of timber and rope arranged so that weight was balanced. Battering tools and towers were moved with coordinated effort, a matter of many hands and the steady application of muscle and time. The work itself was mechanical and patient, a slow translation of plans into wooden structures that could be used if a need arose. The Navy, where present, operated with its own quiet order. Ships were maintained with a seamstress's care for sails and a carpenter's calm eye for planking. Crews mended ropes and polished oars, practicing turns and maneuvers with steady, repeated motion. Coastal supply lines moved in measured waves, cargo shifting in and out of harbors with the unhurried rhythm of tides and wind. Armor and weapons were crafted in workshops that smelled of oil and warmed metal. Blacksmiths worked in a steady, repetitive rhythm, hammering thin sheets of bronze and iron until they became shapes that fit a wrist or a chest. Leather workers stitched straps, and carpenters fashioned spear shafts with patient whittling. Each piece was made to be serviceable and comfortable, an intimate object that shaped a soldier's daily life. Artisans also maintained ordinary comforts. Potters made jars for water and grain. Weavers produced blankets and cloaks, and cooks prepared stews in heavy pots. These small items were essential for morale and for the ability to sustain a quiet life under the sky. A well-made bowl or a warm blanket carried as much weight as a weapon in shaping the rhythm of a campaign. Medicine in camps was gentle and careful. Healers used herbs and poultices, stitching wounds with practiced fingers and soothing throats with warm broths. Those who mended bones learned to set them in slow, steady steps, allowing time and rest to do the larger work. The presence of a calm healer could steady an entire company, and the sound of soothing words became part of the daily round. Provisioning interwove with local economies. Markets in towns supplied fresh vegetables, dairy, and small animals, paid for by collected funds or through arranged exchange. Officers coordinated purchases or accepted goods as tribute, balancing the needs of a moving body with the rhythms of harvest and trade. The flow between camp and town was usually mutual and measured, a slow give and take. Remount systems were a quiet, logistic lifeline. Fresh horses and mules were kept in reserve at depots, rotated gently into service as needed. The practice of changing mounts at relays kept riders moving with a steady pace and prevented strain on any single animal. These repeats of rhythm allowed couriers and officers to cross long distances with controlled endurance. The calendar shaped campaigns in a steady, natural way. Movements often followed the cycles of planting and harvest, respecting the seasons so that fields would be left to their care. Winter quarters were chosen for shelter and proximity to fuel and water, while spring and autumn were times for longer marches. This seasonal patience protected both the land and the people who moved across it. Maps and local knowledge were treasured quietly. Guides who knew fords, springs, and safe tracks were preferred companions. Their knowledge smoothed journeys, suggesting gentle deviations and restful halts. Maps were practical drawings, simple lines that marked wells, roads, and ridges, used in a calm manner to steer columns and to locate way stations. Rank and title carried responsibilities that were often practical and domestic. Commanders arranged quarters, saw to supplies, and ensured that justice was dispensed slowly and fairly within the camp. The finer points of order, how rations were split, how chores were assigned, how disputes were handled, were matters of daily concern and patient administration. Tribute and requisition were managed with notes and lists, rather than forceful extract. Local authorities supplied stores according to agreed assessments and receipts were often issued. The exchange was not always perfect, but the ledger-like practices of accounting allowed for slow correction and adjustment, a careful balancing act that prevented sudden strain on either side. The movement of large bodies required choreography. Marches were planned with timed rest stops, with water halts and shade breaks. Children and older persons were usually left to shelter, their safety a priority that shaped the timing of moves. The pace was human, allowing the smallest and the oldest to keep step with the greater mass. Garrisons in border forts became benign centers of routine. They cultivated small orchards and gardens, repaired walls and roofs, and kept the place ready in case of change. Their presence was stabilizing, a quiet reassurance to nearby villagers who came to trade and to seek the aid of steady hands when floods or pestilence arrived. Record-keeping was a slow and precise art. Lists of men, of animals, of grain were kept in orderly script and stored in small chests. These trebles of paper and clay allowed authorities to plan and to remember, providing a calm continuity that steadied decisions. The act of recording itself had a soothing regularity, the scratch of reed on clay forming part of the day's soundscape. Signals across distances were simple and reliable. Beacons on hills were lit at dusk to share news, while flags in daylight marked movement and intent. These signals were not sudden alarms, but orderly communications, a slow web of light and cloth that connected places. The system allowed small, clear messages to cross many valleys without hurry. Logistic planning often involved quiet foresight. Calendars, lists, and reserves were kept with the expectation of long, steady use. Plots of surplus grain were stored in dispersed granaries, and caches of supplies were placed at intervals so that a column would always find a measured supply nearby. This dispersed planning was a modest method for preserving calm in uncertain times. Training for engineers and craftsmen was a patient passing of skill. Master builders took on apprentices who watched, copied, and practiced. Each nail driven and each mud brick shaped was an exercise in slow mastery. The result was a corps of hands that could be counted on to create bridges, fortifications, and stores with calm and reliable skill. The art of movement by water required its own gentle discipline. Rowers and sailors practiced coordinated strokes until their motions were almost wordless. Cargo was stowed to preserve stability, and the loading and unloading of vessels followed a quiet choreography. Small harbors became places of restful bustle, where the rhythm of tide and trade shaped a peaceful routine. The making and storage of ammunition was also a careful task. Arrows were assembled with even strokes, fletching applied with neat hands, and bowstrings kept dry and supple. Spearheads were sharpened and stowed in bundles, and sling bullets were cast and kept in jars. These stores were maintained with the same patient care that marked other elements of life on the road. Welfare for families connected to military life was regarded with gentle attention. Dependents in garrison towns could find markets, craftsmen, and small gardens. The presence of family life gave a tone of normalcy, and their routines of weaving, cooking, and small trade contributed to a sense of steady continuity in places that might otherwise be defined by movement. Movement across different terrains required adaptation and calm judgment. Mountain passes were crossed with slow care, paths chosen to avoid erosion and to find shade. Desert routes were timed to avoid heat, with moves in early morning and late afternoon. River valleys offered richer supplies, but required attention to bridges and fords. Each landscape suggested its own rhythm of travel. The economy of provisioning moved with a quiet interdependence. Town supplied fresh goods and sometimes loaned carts and oxen. Camp followers and local traders were parts of a mutual relationship where needs were met through exchange and agreed payment. This slow commerce kept columns fed and connected the countryside with the life of the road. Rest and recuperation had planned spaces. Campsites were chosen for shade, for shelter from wind, and for access to water. A day of rest included mending, washing, and the gentle practice of music or storytelling. These moments of repose were more than work paused. They were the softened center that allowed movement to continue with steady strength. The careful use of intelligence was routine and quiet. Scouts reported on the condition of roads and fields, on the price of grain in markets, and on the presence of travelers. Their observations were recorded and passed along, a slow accumulation of detail that informed plans. Intelligence was less about sudden surprise and more about the daily accumulation of reliable knowledge. Maintenance of the royal road and other routes was a steady communal effort. Local communities repaired sections near their villages, smoothing wheel ruts and fixing small bridges. These labors were contributions that kept trade and movement flowing, a form of shared responsibility that bound places together in a calm material way. Ceremony around movement was simple. Departures and arrivals were marked by modest rituals of blessing, the exchange of bread, or a small prayer to the earth. These practices were small anchors, quiet reminders that journeys were part of a larger world, and that the lives on the road were woven into a broader social tapestry. Supply chains often relied on seasonal patterns of production. Harvests dictated what could be stored and moved, and storehouses were filled when abundance arrived. The rhythm of planting and reaping set the tempo for many logistical plans, providing a natural order that campaigns would respect and follow. The quiet role of administrators in camps cannot be overstated. They kept lists, balanced accounts, and arranged lodgings in a calm, precise manner. Their work prevented confusion and ensured that the daily needs of men and animals were met. Administration was the slow, steady hand that shaped every practical aspect of a moving body. The presence of markets and towns along routes provided sources of refreshment and repair. Wheelwrights could mend an axle, and potters could replace a broken jar. These small services kept journeys smooth, and the relationship between moving columns and settled towns was one of mutual reliance and steady exchange. Forward planning included reserves of both food and fodder. Small caches were discreetly placed along a route, like notes tucked into a book for later reading. These caches allowed for temporary delays without panic, and their existence reflected a calm prudence rather than alarm. Finally, the long perspective on movement and logistics is one of patient continuity. Systems of supply and garrison, of training and craft, of roads and boats, all combined into a slow, deliberate art. This art moved along seasons and across landscapes with the same steady breath as the land itself, a rhythm of care and provision that allowed life to proceed in a measured, enduring way. A language moves like a slow river, carrying small stones of meaning and soft silt of style. In quiet settlements and crowded market lanes, people listened and replied, shaping words to the weather and the land. Over long distances, one voice could mean many things, and one script could hold many voices. Scripts were tools as simple and steady as oars, steadying the crossing from one world to another. When messages traveled, they softened and smoothed. Words were chosen to fit a calm ear, the ear that waited and received. That patient movement of sound and ink helped keep disparate places in a single, measured breath, where form and function met and rested. A shared language often became the gentle thread that tied officials and traders across wide horizons. Aramaic, in a slow and deliberate script, spread like a common tune. It floated from caravans to courts, readable by merchants and scribes alike. It served as a practical medium for contracts, receipts, and letters, steady and reliable in its strokes. Alongside it, native tongues continued to breathe in homes and fields, soft and vital. Where official records were required, people used careful scripts that could be cross-read by those who traveled and those who served. The balance between a lingua franca and local speech created a layered calm, like wind over layered hills. Administrative tongues were chosen with gentle pragmatism. Some inscriptions were carved in a royal tongue, deliberate and formal, meant to stand like carved stones against the weather. Other records were written in scripts, favored by traders and local administrators, quick and supple as reed pens. The use of multiple languages in official life allowed a relaxed adaptability. When tax lists were drawn, when tribute counts were made, when shipments were recorded, officials chose the script that soothed the task at hand. This choice was not abrupt. It was a considered arrangement, a way to let systems breathe and keep moving without strain. Scribal schools formed calm spaces where young learners practiced strokes and numbers with a steady hand. Training began with copying simple lists and signs, then moved to fuller phrases and forms. Teachers spoke softly and demonstrated slowly, guiding fingers over clay and reed. The discipline of shaping characters into regular lines taught patience and order. Counting exercises and models for letters were repeated until the act of writing became a quiet rhythm. Such schools were often attached to palaces, temples, and private workshops, each a small center of measured instruction where knowledge was passed with care and rhythm. Clay tablets and papyrus were the steady tools of these scribes. The weight of clay in a palm, the delicate dragging of a reed stylus, the slow drying of a pressed line, these were tactile meditations. Archival rooms received the finished pieces, and rows of labeled tablets rested like a patient crowd. Seals were impressed, and neat strings were threaded when documents were bound. For more portable needs, slips of papyrus or leather were folded and tied, easily carried along dusty roads. The physicality of these materials invited a careful and moderate approach to record keeping, one that respected the pace of ink and touch. A scribe's life was balanced around communal routines. Mornings often began with copying lists and recording deliveries. Midday offered time for accounts and letters, a quiet pause of careful calculation. Afternoons might be set aside for learning new idioms or practicing details of script. Teachers corrected with kindness, pointing to a stroke and repeating the movement. Apprentices watched elders and then tried the motion themselves, fingers finding their place with patient repetition. That daily rhythm produced records that were both precise and gentle in their purpose, documents that fit the needs of an administrative world moving at human pace. Workshops for artists and craftsmen were slower, warm places where hands collaborated in the creation of objects. Stone carvers, metal workers, textile weavers, and potters shared a calm focus on skill and style. Apprentices learned through observation and imitation, craft passing like a steady breath from master to pupil. Tools were passed along, and techniques were demonstrated in small steps. The sound of hammer and chisel, the measured spinning of a wheel, the subtle dyeing of threads, all created a nearly silent language of craft. This shared language allowed visual motifs and methods to travel alongside merchants and officials. Patterns and motifs drifted across regions like seeds on a breeze. A rosette in one town echoed in a border city. A winged figure traced across different stones and walls. Craftsmen incorporated new shapes with gentle discretion, blending foreign gestures into local rhythms. This blending created a comforting continuity where familiar forms found small, new variations. The process was not sudden, but accumulative, a steady layering of style that could be read in a carved relief, a woven border, or a metal clasp. Each workshop adapted and absorbed, letting change arrive softly and fit naturally. Seals and signature devices served as small, tactile signatures, carrying identity across distance. Cylinder seals, carved with scenes and patterns, were rolled across wet clay to authorize goods and record transactions. Stamp seals left quick marks that could be read by officials and merchants. These marks were both practical and expressive, a quiet assertion of trust and belonging. Seal imagery followed familiar themes: animals, geometric bands, simple narratives, each chosen with a calm confidence. The circulation of seals and the images they bore helped unify visual vocabulary across networks. Traveling artisans brought techniques to new places as naturally as caravans carried goods. A metal worker might learn a new tempering method in a provincial town and later use it in a distant workshop. A weaver might observe a dyeing recipe and adapt its colors to local dyes. These movements were not rushed. They fit into long journeys and extended stays. Craftsmen often accompanied officials or joined migrating communities, transferring knowledge slowly and steadily. The pace of artistic transmission allowed for assimilation and reinterpretation rather than abrupt imitation. Patronage shaped many artistic choices with refined subtlety. Court tastes could encourage particular motifs, and provincial leaders often adopted styles that echoed the center. Yet local patrons also prized regional qualities, commissioning works that showed local skill. This balance of central influence and local preference produced an art that was cohesive yet varied, like a calm landscape with recurring hills and individual trees. Patrons offered commissions, and workshops responded with techniques both time-tested and gently innovative. Scribal curricula included more than alphabets and accounts. Geometry, weights and measures, calendrical reckoning, and basic legal formulas were part of steady instruction. Students learned to convert measures from one system to another, to account for differing grains and fabrics, to write official formulae that would be understood across borders. That practical knowledge helped maintain consistent records, ensuring that a measure in one region could be translated into a meaningful term in another. This skill of translation was as much a craft as a governable technique, and it reinforced calm administrative continuity. The movement of texts reinforced shared cultural memory. Letters and decrees moved along regular routes, sometimes bound with cords and sometimes sealed with clay. As documents traveled, they were sometimes copied into local scripts, a gentle process of reinvention that kept the content alive and accessible. Multilingual copies existed in many locations, each a patient translation aimed at clarity. Archives that held these documents became centers for later learning, repositories of forms and texts that guided future scribes and officials in patient gestures of administration. Artistic workshops often specialized and formed quiet communities of practice. Stone carvers clustered near quarries and city gates. Metal workers kept to sections near fuel and water. Weavers set up near markets to access thread and dyes. These concentrations allowed artisans to observe one another, to borrow small improvements, and to maintain steady supply chains. Apprentices circulated among these clusters, learning variations and returning to their home workshops with new techniques. Such slow exchanges ensured that skills matured locally, but were never entirely isolated. Scribes and artists sometimes served in hybrid roles, combining visual and textual practice. An official might commission a relief and record its dedication in a neat text. A seal cutter might also practice the simple art of accounting. These overlaps created a practical fluency between image and word, a gentle integration that made documents and objects function seamlessly in social life. When a relief spoke of duty, a record confirmed contribution. When a seal impressed an accounting tablet, the image and text formed a complete, calming statement of identity. Local workshops absorbed exotic materials and made them feel familiar. Rare metals, colored stones, and foreign dyes arrived through trade and were slowly integrated into local repertoires. Craftsmen experimented, but usually in measured ways, testing a small ornament or a minor border before changing a whole pattern. This cautious practice maintained familiar aesthetic orders while allowing gentle enrichment. Over time, such experiments became part of the normal vocabulary of craft, their origins remembered only as a soft echo rather than a sharp interruption. Literacy was uneven, but its effects were widespread. Traders, officials, and priests often held literacy in particular scripts, and their texts traveled with them. At the same time, oral traditions remained vital, carrying stories, technical know-how, and procedural wisdom from elder to apprentice. The coexistence of written and spoken knowledge created a balanced cultural ecology, where documents supported practical work and speech sustained local memory. This gentle duality allowed traditions to be recorded without losing their living flexibility. Diplomatic exchanges carried both words and images across courts. Envoys bore letters, gifts, and visual tokens that communicated intent more quietly than speech. Embroidered textiles, finely worked metals, and carefully carved ivories traveled alongside folded letters. The exchange of these objects accompanied the exchange of modes of thought and taste. As diplomatic gifts were appreciated and studied, their styles informed local productions. The process was careful and reciprocal, a courteous movement of form that favored gradual convergence. The slow diffusion of artistic techniques was also aided by itinerant teachers and traveling masters. A sculptor who moved with a royal entourage could teach a provincial apprentice to carve particular reliefs. A master weaver visiting a regional center might demonstrate a pattern that would be adopted in modest variations. These teachers were valued not for dramatic innovation, but for the quiet refinement they brought. Their influence was felt in the timbre of line and the precision of detail, rather than in sweeping reforms. Language scripts themselves evolved with gentle logic. A formal carved script retained a measured structure for monumental statements, while cursive hands became efficient for everyday notes. As scribes adapted to new materials, writing techniques adjusted. Ink recipes varied with climate and local plant matter, and scribes learned to prepare what was available. This adaptability made scripts resilient, able to function whether on clay, leather, or paper. Each material shaped the curve of a letter and the tempo of writing, producing local inflections that added to the richness of the shared scribal world. Artistic exchanges also affected religious representation and ritual objects. Symbols moved across regions, and temples sometimes incorporated foreign motifs into local constructions. These incorporations were subtle, often rendered in decorative borders or on ritual vessels. Craftsmen who worked in sacred spaces followed careful traditions, and when foreign motifs were adopted, they were integrated with respectful restraint. The resulting forms felt settled and reverent, comfortable in their blended appearance, and suited to the slow rhythm of ritual life. Local archives played a vital role in conserving administrative and artistic knowledge. Officials kept records of land, tax obligations, and legal agreements. These stores of information were consulted, copied, and sometimes transported as new officials arrived. The archival practice provided a steady backbone for governance and craft practice, preserving measurement standards and contract forms. Over years, these collections became quiet libraries of precedent, guiding the steady hands of those who continued administrative work. The transmission of knowledge was often oral as much as scribal. Apprentices learned the subtle craft of negotiation and mediation from elders, absorbing social protocols by example. Storytellers and practical teachers retained the memory of old measures and customary terms, passing them on in gentle recitation. This oral transmission complemented written records and ensured that practical wisdom did not vanish with a missing tablet. It allowed social habits and artistic preferences to persist through generations as a continuous, breathing tradition. A slow economy of values linked production to taste. Patrons and consumers shared expectations about quality, proportion, and motif. Workshops adhered to standards that reflected these expectations, and deviations were rare and deliberate. When a new taste was adopted, it was integrated in stages, allowing markets and tastes to adjust without shock. This gentle conservatism fostered long-lived practices and stable artistic vocabularies, where innovations were considered and incorporated with measured care. Craft guild-like associations sometimes formed, providing a framework for skills transmission and mutual support. Masters agreed on common measures, shared tools, and protected secrets of technique. Apprentices registered with workshops and learned the subtleties of material treatment. Such associations were not rigid, but provided gentle guidance and standards. They helped maintain quality across regions and ensured that knowledge carried a form of communal continuity, measured in practice and shared in daily labor. The role of female artisans and scribes was present in quieter ways. contributing to textiles, domestic crafts, and local knowledge. Women's work shaped domestic aesthetics and practical details, influencing patterns and dye work that entered broader circulation. Their knowledge of household management, dyeing, and weaving often became a source of stylistic innovation that later found its way into public commissions. This influence moved slowly and organically, woven into the rhythms of daily life, and expressed in the small, careful details of ornament and fabric. Trade networks supported these cultural exchanges by offering steady routes for objects and ideas. Merchants transported not only goods, but also patterns and techniques observed along the way. Regular caravan routes and coastal shipping lanes ensured that artisans and scribes in distant towns could see and copy forms from elsewhere. Over time, these networks built a common pool of motifs and methods, producing a cultural cohesion that felt calm and natural, like a shared seasonal rhythm. Local variations remained important and were often deliberately preserved. Regional preferences for certain motifs, dyes, or carving styles were respected and valued. Those variations gave texture to the broader cultural field, creating a calm mosaic of related but distinct practices. Travelers would note these differences with mild curiosity, and their gentle accounts contributed to an accumulating knowledge that both connected and distinguished places. Scriptoria and palace ateliers sometimes collaborated, producing objects accompanied by carefully prepared inscriptions. A carved panel might include a short, neat inscription explaining its dedication or ownership. These combined efforts created objects that spoke both in image and word, each element reinforcing the other. The practice allowed for a subtle clarity, where a visual narrative could be securely anchored by an administrative note, and an official record could be embellished with meaningful imagery. The slow spread of certain motifs was often accompanied by functional exchanges. For example, a new method of metalworking might be introduced together with a particular decorative pattern. This coupling of practical technique and aesthetic sign created a stable package that artisans could adopt as a unit. The cohesion of form and method meant that adopting a new pattern implied adopting a new skill, and this required measured learning and acceptance. The result was a culture of careful adaptation rather than hasty imitation. In provincial centers, local academies and master workshops became informal hubs of training and exchange. A young artisan could spend years in one workshop and then travel briefly to another to learn a complementary skill. This pattern of concentrated apprenticeship, followed by short, purposeful travel, allowed skills to diffuse while maintaining rooted practices. The movement of these trained hands carried both local memory and acquired refinement, contributing to a broad and supple craft tradition. The relationship between language and image was fluid and reciprocal. A phrase could describe an image, and an image could clarify a phrase. Official decrees sometimes included pictorial markers that made their meaning clear to those with less literacy. At the same time, visual motifs could be described in catalogs or lists, creating a mutual reinforcement. This interplay ensured that messages persisted in both verbal and visual forms, supporting a stable cultural memory that was less dependent on any single medium. Short, routine rituals of craft and administration created an atmosphere of calm regularity. Monthly accounts, seasonal contracts, daily apprenticeships, and weekly market gatherings produced a predictable cadence. This predictability made learning and adaptation possible because changes could be introduced gradually within an established rhythm. The steady repetition of forms and practices allowed cultural and linguistic networks to extend across time with minimal friction, fostering continuity in both speech and style. As knowledge moved, it was often adapted to fit the contours of local taste and climate. Dye recipes changed with available plants. Carving techniques adjusted to the density of local stone, and account formats varied with customary units. These local adaptations preserved the soul of practices while allowing them to function locally. The process created a network of related practices that could be recognized and translated across regions, forming a gentle web of understanding and shared craft. Scribes and artists left small signatures and maker's marks that quietly announced origin and lineage. A carved motif, a particular line of script, or a specific seal could point to a workshop or a teacher. These modest markers allowed objects and texts to be traced through networks of practice, revealing paths of influence in a subtle and patient way. Such markers gave pride to makers and reassurance to patrons, reinforcing a sense of belonging to a long chain of measured skill. The movement of styles and languages through these networks was not a story of sudden upheaval, but of slow, steady exchange. Craftsmen learned from neighbors, scribes shared formulas, and patrons requested certain motifs with gentle insistence. Over generations, these small interactions accumulated into recognizably shared techniques and vocabularies. The resulting cultural field was cohesive yet calm, allowing local identities to persist within a broader tapestry of related practice and thought. In this gentle world, knowledge traveled like a patient river, carrying with it the experiences of hands and voices. Scripts and patterns flowed together, shaping a shared aesthetic and administrative logic. The daily work of record-keeping, teaching, carving, and weaving formed the quiet backbone of social life, a continuous, unhurried transmission of method and meaning that bound places into a single, thoughtful rhythm. There is a slow, steady work to the lives of those who kept the sacred ways, a measured cadence, like the soft turning of pages or the steady pulse of a river. Priests moved through days, according to the flow of flame and water, their hands learning the same gestures again and again until motion matched memory. They spoke lines of ancient verse with a voice that did not hurry, each syllable placed like a pebble in still water, so that ripples spread gently outward. In the quiet spaces of courtyards and inner rooms, the ritual arts were practiced with care, as if the world itself listened and eased. Their presence was a patient tether between earth and sky, between the wants of households and the rhythms of the seasons. Some among them kept the perpetual fires, small flames sheltered in stone and metal, tending embers with slow, careful breath. To tend a fire was an act of attention, a moment to stir coal, to add a measured handful of fragrant wood, to watch smoke rise and fold into the light. These fires were not only warmth, but memory made visible, shaping a luminous center around which people gathered, prayed, and delegated their cares to something steady. The ritual of feeding flame became a daily hymn, a repetition that soothed both those who served and those who sought counsel beneath the same smoke-hung sky. Other hands were trained for the recitation of the sacred words, for tones that moved like wind through reed and valley. These reciters learned long passages, verse by verse, until meaning and sound were braided together and could be traced by ear alone. The recitals were not loud or urgent. They were steady, careful articulations that carried time into present form. Such speech was both instruction and calm, an oral mapping of belief and law that shaped household expectations, guided harvest practices, and eased arguments with a remembered precedent. Words kept in this way became a communal clock, marking hours and seasons with the same dependable steadiness as sun and stars. There were caretakers of temple houses, people whose tasks were humble yet essential, moving through corridors with brooms and cloths and small buckets. They smoothed cushions, washed bowls, and kept the courtyards clear so that light could travel unimpeded. Their labor was an embodiment of the idea that sanctity required care, that order and cleanliness were a form of respect. This unglamorous attentiveness was a kind of devotion, a slow service that ensured every ritual could unfold without distraction. In their quiet, sweeping motions, a kind of gentle discipline was taught and received, calming the spirit of day-to-day life. Learning to be a priest or ritual specialist often began in youth, within families or inside temple schools, where apprentice and elder shared space and silence. The instruction was measured, proceeding through small tasks before larger responsibilities were entrusted. One learned to mix herbs for incense, to fold sacrificial cloth, to carry offerings in ways that preserved intention and respect. The teaching itself was a slow economy of gestures and recitation, where patience became the primary currency. It was a practice of passing down not only knowledge, but manner, where the right tone and stillness mattered as much as the right words. Temples were more than houses of prayer. They were living centers of communal memory and legal practice. Within their walls, archives grew, bundles of documents, pieces of leather and papyrus, tablets pressed with impressions of seals. These repositories were carefully organized, each record a small agreement, kept safe beside offerings and ritual tools. People trusted these places to hold their legal promises. Deeds, loans, marriage arrangements, and settlement agreements. The calm of the temple interior was a soft assurance that words once spoken and sealed would remain faithful in written form, resting patiently until needed again. The recording of transactions was an act of precision, where ink and stylus moved with the same deliberate rhythm as recited prayers. Scribes sat with steady hands, pressing script onto prepared surfaces, shaping letters that would hold weight across years. Seals were impressed like signatures, small marks that meant someone had seen and agreed. Witnesses stood nearby, their voices slow, and even as they affirmed terms. In this manner, the ephemeral became durable. Contracts and receipts moved into the realm of memory that could be consulted in later days. A soft continuity that connected one household to another across seasons and generations. Ritual calendars provided a steady architecture for both worship and civil life, a mapped year of gatherings and silent observances. Days were marked by the turning of the sun and by festivals that rose gently at the same horizon points, a cycle of light and small ceremony. Spring festivals unfolded like the first thaw, a slow welcoming of new growth and new responsibility. Autumn gatherings closed the fields with gratitude and accounting, a quiet tallying of what had been given and received. These calendrical markers served as social anchors, times when neighbors came together to share food, renew obligations, and remind each other of mutual care. Novruz, as a name for the renewal of spring, settled into the people's year like a soft promise. Houses were prepared, small ceremonies observed, and the count of days renewed with an inner ease. It was a moment to align household accounts and to mend strains, to reconcile debts and offer small gifts. In the same gentle way, other seasonal observances kept communal life from drifting. Feasts and moments of fasting balanced one another, creating a slow rhythm between abundance and restraint, each season giving its own measured instructions for living together. Priests often served as custodians of local law, not as remote magistrates, but as careful listeners and steady arbiters. Their familiarity with sacred texts and customary precedent allowed them to guide neighbors toward resolution. When disputes arose, people often sought out those who moved in robes and knew the form of words, trusting that ritual language and recorded precedent could steady tempers and clarify facts. These officials listened in measured tones, asking for recounting of events, for witnesses, for written proofs. Their role was not spectacle, but the soft administration of order, a calming presence that coaxed agreement from the rawness of conflict. Legal customs held a patient authority, less about rigid imposition and more about a shared habit of doing things the same way. People knew the forms, how a sale should be voiced, how a loan must be noted, how inheritance was partitioned, and these shared practices slowed the chance of misunderstanding. When novelty appeared, old patterns were consulted as if they were a well-worn map. This reliance on established ways made law feel less like a lawgiver's decree and more like a community's steady habit. It was an ever-present, quiet loom, weaving action into expectation so that daily choices matched remembered obligations. Marriage, too, became a small ritual woven of legal and sacred threads. Partnering was acknowledged before witnesses, with offerings and the exchange of simple tokens that later found their way into written records. The contract of union was often recorded, not loudly, but with careful notation that could be consulted in years to come if questions arose. These records were not merely formalities. They were acts of protection and mutual promise, a way for families to bind their futures together in the soft light that streamed through temple courtyards. Such contracts eased the future by placing commitments into a shared ledger of memory. Inheritance practices were treated with a similar gentleness, where the passing of property and care followed measured rules and customary allocations. Elders often gathered to review household composition and the distribution of land or livestock, and agreements were committed to writing when needed. The temple archive became a place to deposit such records, an insurance of continuity against forgetfulness. In this fashion, inheritance was transformed from a moment of potential strife into a quiet moment of administration, its details recorded in careful script, so that later generations could live without the old anxieties. Landholding and temple endowments formed a calming background to rural and urban life. Devoted fields and properties supported the maintenance of shrines and sacred fires, and in return, temples provided hospitality and support for local ceremonies. These arrangements were often formalized through collation of documents, with priests overseeing both the spirit and the letter of agreements. The interplay between land tenure and ritual obligation was a slow economy. People gave a part of their yield, and the temple sustained communal rites. This mutuality reduced friction and sustained rhythms of exchange in a way that felt natural, like the steady return of migrating birds. Temples also functioned as centers of charitable care, quietly distributing grain, clothing, and small stipends to those in need. The process was not ostentatious, but deliberate, administered with lists and careful counting, with witnesses and recorded allocations kept in the archives. In this way, social welfare became woven into religious life, so that care for the vulnerable was both a legal obligation and a moral one. The act of giving was a gentle strand binding the community, and each donation was recorded like a promise spoken and preserved. Burial and funerary rites moved with a slow, careful grace. Families gathered to perform prescribed acts of care for the dead, honoring the transition with ritual washing, quiet words, and offerings. The preparation of a body, the laying out of cloths, the placement of items for remembrance were done with attention and reverence, not haste. The larger patterns of mourning were codified by custom: how long to observe, what offerings to make, which prayers to recite. Such rituals offered consolation through structure, transforming loss into communal performance and establishing a continuity between the living and those who had passed. Purity laws threaded through daily life in ways that softened social interaction and created deliberate pauses for attention. Water and fire held key roles in acts of purification used with precise gestures and small incantations to restore balance. These practices governed everyday actions like eating and handling of materials, and they shaped how people moved through sacred and domestic spaces. Purity was not an abstract ideal, but a daily discipline, a set of measured actions that helped maintain a sense of order and calm in a world of constant change. The language of law and ritual circulated through a network of scribes and schools, gentle keepers of form and memory. These scribes trained in the slow arts of writing and accounting, learning to record things as faithfully as they could. The act of copying a document or inscribing a seal was itself a meditative practice, the hand tracing letters in a steady rhythm that matched the inner breath. Their notebooks and tablets became the quiet backbone of civic life, accumulating a paper trail that steadied commerce and household management across years and generations. Seals played a small but significant role in the formalization of agreements, pressed impressions that carried the authority of an individual or office. The motion of sealing was unhurried. A careful coat of clay, the press of a carved cylinder or stamp, the slow check that the mark was clear. These impressions traveled with contracts and receipts, a tangible sign that a promise had been witnessed. The image of a seal was like a hush, a small physical assurance that words held weight. In the hands of merchants and magistrates alike, seals helped transform spoken agreements into enduring commitments. When neighbors met to resolve disputes, mediation often came before punitive action. Elder councils sometimes gathered in public courtyards shaded by trees, listened with calm patience to each side. They asked measured questions, sought witnesses, and searched for precedents in the archives. The ideal outcome was reconciliation, an agreement that restored relations and repaired harm without the need for harsh penalties. This gentle approach relied on the slow cultivation of mutual respect and on shared knowledge of customary rules. It encouraged people to see law not as a sword, but as a net that caught the falling threads of communal life and mended them. Oaths were taken with ritual solemnity, performed before sacred flames or under the gaze of temple officials. The act of swearing bound speech to a higher order, and people treated these moments with the same care they gave to offerings. An oath could set aside suspicion, make a promise palpable, or confirm a contract. Its value lay less in dramatic pronouncement than in the steady implementation, the reminder that words carried consequence and that agreements made in this way would be remembered and recorded. The slow breath of oath-taking was both a legal and spiritual anchor. Local councils and urban assemblies performed routine civic functions with an even manner, attending to market regulation, road maintenance, and public order in ways that were practical and unruffled. Minutes were kept in modest registers, lists of obligations and schedules that guided the municipal life. These groups often included merchants, landowners, and temple officials, a soft coalition that distributed responsibilities across community life. Their work was not spectacular, but it was steady and necessary. Keeping paths clear and markets fair required patience and a long view more than dramatic decree. Contracts for labor and tenancy were arranged with careful attention to seasons and scarcity. A tenant agreeing to cultivate a field would often record the terms of share and duration, with witnesses and a temple copy kept for safekeeping. Labor agreements for shepherds or craftsmen were made with explicit expectations, and the slow rhythm of agricultural life shaped contractual terms. These written agreements allowed households to plan without constant anxiety, aligning effort and reward across planting and harvest. The documentation of such ties eased the passing of seasons by making obligations visible and predictable. Trade and commerce relied on the same careful recording methods. Merchants kept ledgers with lists of goods, measures, and balances, each entry a small act of trust. Long-distance traders carried copies of important agreements, and the temple's archives sometimes served as a place to deposit guarantees. The ritual of notarization, certifying a loan or sale with witnesses and a scribe, made trade reliable in a world where weather and travel were uncertain. This dependable administration allowed markets to function with a calm regularity, where promises made in one village could be honored in another. Artisans and workshop owners often kept written notes of apprenticeships, agreements of service, and the transfer of craft secrets. These records, while modest, ensured a measured continuity of skill across generations. A master might promise tools or instruction in exchange for years of service, and the contract would be committed to writing and witnessed. The regularization of apprenticeship created a slow movement of expertise through time, preserving techniques for making pottery, metalwork, and textiles, with a patient fidelity that passed the past into the present. Religious law and civil custom often overlapped, each reinforcing the other in gentle ways. The moral expectations documented in sacred texts informed everyday legal choices, fairness in market dealings, respect for neighbors, the proper care of the poor. Likewise, civic rules borrowed the language of ritual to lend solemnity to obligations. When contracts referred to the gods, or when fines were paid into temple treasuries, the border between spiritual and temporal life softened. This overlap fostered a world where legal formality and devotional practice moved together, quietly aligning hearts and ledgers. The archives themselves were tended with great care, cataloged, and stored according to content and date, much like scrolls in a quiet library. Clerks checked bundles, noted wear, and copied decaying documents to preserve their substance. The process was slow and patient, a kind of archival gardening, where records were pruned and recopied so that the knowledge they contained would not vanish. Citizens could consult these stores when disputes arose, drawing on decades of recorded precedent to find steady solutions. The archive's calm authority softened the sharp edges of claims and made retrieval a ritual of reasoning more than a desperate search for proof. In matters of criminal behavior, the response was cautious and measured, designed to restore order without unbalancing the community. Sanctions were often reparative: fines, public apology, and obligations to compensate, rather than purely harsh punishment. The focus was on restitution and reintegration, a slow mending of social fabric. Even when corporal punishment occurred, it was framed by ritual and observation, a public accounting that aimed to be fair and visible. This restrained approach kept escalation at bay and allowed communities to re-establish trust through structured redress. Temples and legal officers carefully managed the dispensation of penalties and the reception of fines, with receipts and quorum witnesses ensuring transparency. The process was methodical: a statement recorded, a tally made, a seal impressed. The slow arithmetic of justice made outcomes clear and understandable, so that families could plan for repayment or rehabilitation. The administration of penalties was not merely punitive. It was a signal that the community's rules remained intact and that the social contract would be renewed through predictable measures. Education and the teaching of law often occurred side by side with religious instruction in quiet study halls, where students copied texts and debated points with soft voices. Those lessons were not hurried, but walked through step by step, a phrase examined, precedent recalled, a practical case applied. The method inculcated patience and accuracy. The study of law became a moral practice as well as a technical one, encouraging students to cultivate temperance and fairness in their judgments. These formative years shaped a class of civil servants and clerics who valued balance, proportion, and the slow accrual of wisdom. When rulers or central authorities issued directives, temples and local councils took time to interpret and adapt these commands to local realities. The central message might be concise, but its application required deliberation, weighing local customs, seasonal demands, and communal expectations. Officials consulted archives and elders, seeking the calm continuity of precedent to smooth transitions. This gradual implementation prevented abrupt shock and allowed law to arrive like a soft tide, adjusting to shoreline conditions rather than crashing in without care. Monetary arrangements and tax obligations were managed with care and documentation, relieving households of sudden uncertainty. Collectors and cultivators engaged in regular accounting, with receipts lodged and copies preserved. The rhythm of tax payment followed harvest cycles, with records kept to avoid misunderstanding. The process was as much about predictability as extraction. Households could anticipate their duties and plan accordingly. Such steadiness reduced the potential for anxiety and allowed agriculture and trade to proceed with a dependable background of fiscal order. In many villages, the temple served as a center for communal memory, where legal knowledge and ritual life intertwined. Elders met beneath shaded eaves, consulting records and sharing the slow wisdom of years. Stories of agreements and reconciliations were retold in tones that emphasized lessons learned rather than blame. This oral complement to written records helped the law remain humane, connecting the dry facts of documents with the lived effects on families. The combination of text and tale made justice not only enforceable, but legible in human terms. Religious festivals often featured public reaffirmations of social bonds, occasions when oaths were renewed and debts acknowledged in safer company. During these gentle gatherings, contracts might be re-examined, fines forgiven, or obligations adjusted by mutual consent. The social fabric, stretched thin by time or scarcity, found repair in shared ceremonies. Such collective moments translated legal form into lived community, a soft weaving that bound individuals into households, and households into a coherent, measured whole. Legal language itself adopted a cadence that matched ritual speech, formal, repetitive, and deliberate. Contracts used set phrases that reduced ambiguity, words repeated across generations like a hymn. This formulaic speech calmed negotiation, limiting the space for sudden change. The very predictability of phrase and form created an atmosphere of reliability. When one read or heard the familiar clauses, the mind could rest, knowing the terms were understood and enduring. Marriage settlements and dowries were sometimes kept in temple custody, a guarded practice that eased family anxieties about future claims. The temple's role as keeper of such items reinforced its place as a protector of social order. Items placed in trust were described and recorded, their custody documented with seals and witnesses. The ritual storage of dowries was a quiet assurance that personal arrangements had communal legitimacy, and that any future claims would be arbitrated within a well-known moral and legal framework. As disputes about land or property arose, the combination of physical markers and written proof made resolution possible. Boundaries remembered in field markers, corroborated by contracts and testimonies, were checked in the calm light of day. Surveyors and witnesses walked plots together, their pacing slow and methodical, verifying stones and furrows. The process was far from theatrical. It was a garden of small gestures that produced clarity. The steady work of checking and recording allowed claims to be settled without rancor, returning fields to their daily labors. Documentation of manumission and the freeing of servants was another solemn, deliberate process. Agreements were written and sealed, witnesses recorded, and, when appropriate, temple rites observed to witness the change in status. The transformation from servitude to freedom was marked by lists and ceremonies that provided legal protection and social recognition. The careful record kept both the freed person and the community aligned about obligations and rights, turning a singular event into a calm, documented transition. Similarly, adoption and guardianship arrangements found their safety in ink and witness, preserving the rights and duties of caretakers. Such arrangements were recorded with the same deliberate attention given to property or marriage contracts. The practice ensured that the needs of children and dependents were acknowledged in law and ritual, framed not as emergencies, but as considered choices entrusted to the slow stewardship of families and their communities. The slow maintenance of ritual implements and legal instruments was itself a quiet craft. Priests and scribes mended cloths, polished metal, and re-inked fading documents. They repaired seals and rebounded pages. These acts of care were unhurried, each one a tiny insistence that the past remain usable in the present. The tactile attention to objects, smoothing a frayed edge, grinding a fresh pigment, was part of a larger ethic that revered material continuity as a service to memory and to future justice. Across city and village, the gentle interplay of law and religion created an environment where obligations were legible and kindness could be enforced with a steady hand. Rituals made promises visible, archives kept them durable, and councils interpreted them with patience. The resulting social weave was not tight to the point of confinement, nor loose to the point of drift. It was measured and flexible, a fabric that could be mended when torn and smoothed when wrinkled. In this measured space, people found a rhythm that guided daily life and eased the passing of time with a steady, calm assurance. A river of administration ran gently through the lives of people, carrying routines and records from field to palace, from village to court. Under later kings, that river was fed by older streams, channels that had been dug and used for generations. Officials moved in a quiet choreography, their roles clarified by custom and need. They watched over accounts, measured fields, and listened to petitions. Their pens left traces on clay and leather, on wax and parchment. These traces were slow testimonies to continuity, where names of lands and lists of dues were written with a steady hand. The world of offices and tablets felt like an extended household, where the household extended to the size of provinces, and where daily chores of counting and noting kept the body of the state steady and calm. In many provinces, there was a familiar rhythm to the way taxes were assessed. Local elders and officials met quietly, sometimes beneath the shade of plane trees, sometimes in small courtyards. They spoke in measured tones about yields, about flocks, and the weather of the past season. Records were compiled with care, blending inherited measures with newer imperial standards. Payments could be in grain, in oil, in animals, or in labor carried gently into service. The system favored those who knew the old ways and those who learned to record new ones. It allowed room for negotiation, for small adjustments that kept villages settled and the wheels of collection turning without harsh strain. Land itself carried many names and many obligations. Some fields belonged to the crown, tended by tenants whose labors were tied to the rhythms of royal provision. Other parcels were held by noble households, passed quietly from one generation to the next, their boundaries marked by stones and memory. Temples also held land, places of quiet flame and ritual, where offerings of produce sustained sacred duties. There were lands cultivated by smallholders who planted and reaped for their families while giving a portion to their lord. There were sharecroppers who moved in a slow partnership with landlords, sharing the season's outcome like companions walking along a long road. Each form of tenure fit into a larger pattern that balanced rights, duties, and the needs of the state. Fiscal life required gentle regularity. Coins became part of everyday life, small metal promises exchanged in market stalls and tax offices. Authorities issued new coins and accepted older ones, and the rhythms of minting helped steady trade. Accounts alternated between money and kind, with officials translating the weight of grain into the value of coin when it was useful. Collections were sometimes made in installments, sometimes taken seasonally, and always recorded with patient accuracy. The fiscal apparatus worked like a careful gardener, pruning and tending, ensuring that resources were gathered in ways that sustained both court and countryside without sudden disturbance. Administrations were often layered, a soft palimpsest of old offices and new titles. Local rulers maintained many of their inherited privileges, while new structures introduced clearer lines of responsibility. There were governors who oversaw districts, officials who kept watch on royal revenues, and clerks who copied lists of names with steady strokes. The court spoke in terms of policy and protocol, while local officials translated those ideas into the practical language of irrigation schedules, grain measures, and market days. This layered governance preserved familiar patterns, even as it adapted to the demands of a vast and varied realm. Communication between center and periphery unfolded like letters passed along a slow chain. Messengers traveled on established routes, stopping at way stations where horses were rested and parchments delivered. The king's commands reached distant towns more swiftly than they once did, but they still arrived with the calm deliberation of a practiced courier. Local scribes received orders and composed replies, careful to render each phrase correctly. Archives grew in corners of palaces and municipal halls, quiet rooms where bundles of documents accumulated, cataloged by an orderly hand. In those rooms, the past met the present in stacks of thin strips and folded sheets, each one a small witness to continuity. Urban spaces reflected the administrative rhythms of the realm. Cities were organized around royal or communal centers, with streets leading to markets, workshops, and baths. City officials managed water supplies, collected market dues, and maintained modest infrastructure. Neighborhood councils, sometimes informal and sometimes official, smoothed local disputes and kept records of property and obligations. Public life moved at a steady pace, punctuated by market days and religious events, and the presence of imperial authority could be felt in the layout of roads and the placement of granaries. The city, in its ordered calm, became a place where state systems quietly interfaced with the daily needs of people. Military structures adapted into administrative forms without harsh rupture. Commanders were sometimes also local governors, blending the duties of defense with the responsibilities of governance. Forts and garrisons were nodes in a wider net of control, supporting the steady movement of troops along established roads. Soldiers received lands or stipends, and sometimes the right to collect dues in certain districts. Their provisioning required reliable supply lines, local markets, and an accounting system that recorded who had been sent and who had been returned. In peaceful seasons, military households settled and integrated into local communities. In this way, the presence of arms became a part of a broader social fabric. The role of provincial capitals continued to be central and calm. These towns served as hubs where officials met, taxes were stored, and justice was administered. Judges and scribes would sit with measured composure, listening to disputes and recording decisions. Markets in these towns were places of exchange and slow sociality, where traders agreed on prices and villagers sold the best of the season's harvest. Granaries stored surplus in case of lean times, and workshops crafted goods both for local use and for distant markets. The provincial capital acted as an anchor, holding together the life of surrounding countryside and the demands of higher authorities with patient attention. Writing and record keeping evolved with care. Scripts and languages were used side by side, with clerks trained to read and write the official tongues as well as local dialects. Schools for scribes taught the arts of copying and calculation, and these children of ink learned to form neat lines of characters that would be read for generations. Bureaucratic manuals were passed from teacher to student, their instructions whispered in calm repetition. Documents were sealed and stored, and their neat folds ensured that records could be consulted later. This continuity of scribal practice preserved institutional memory in a gentle and reliable way. The crown's household and its estates provided tangible support to the wider administrative system. Royal domains produced grain, textiles, and livestock, and their management required experienced stewards. Those stewards supervised planting, oversaw harvests, and kept accounts. They sent regular reports to the central offices, noting yields, expenses, and any needs that arose. Within the palace sphere, workshops produced specialized goods for courtly use, and artisans worked in quiet collaboration to meet demand. The relationship between palace and province resembled a slow dance, where each movement was carefully coordinated to maintain balance. Taxation was often a mixture of custom and reform. Officials sought to keep long-established rights intact while standardizing weights and measures to reduce confusion. They held assessments that tried to account for flocks and fields, for workshops and mills, and for the labor that each household could contribute. In many places, local leaders retained a role in these assessments, helping to translate imperial forms into village realities. This allowed taxation to feel less like a sudden imposition and more like a negotiated part of communal life, a rhythm that returned with each season and tied households to a broader network of obligations. Legal routines lived quietly alongside fiscal ones. Local courts handled disputes, measuring justice with reference to local custom and written law. Judges depended on lists of precedents and on the testimony of elders, and their decisions were recorded with care. Appeals could be made to higher authorities when necessary, but many matters were settled within the village or town. This localized justice provided a familiar framework for resolving claims and maintaining order, and the records it produced fed into a larger administrative memory that spanned generations. Religious institutions shaped landholding and administration in a gentle, continuous manner. Temples and fire sanctuaries received gifts of land and support, which in turn sustained rituals and the people who maintained them. Priests and temple stewards managed these properties with an eye to long-term stability. Temple lands were sometimes immune from certain taxes, and this special status required careful documentation. The intertwining of sacred and secular holdings created systems where piety and economy touched each other, and where the management of land supported both spiritual life and administrative continuity. Economic life in towns included many small-scale artisans who formed the backbone of local production. Blacksmiths, potters, weavers, and carpenters worked in narrow lanes and courts, their skills passed down in family workshops. They registered with municipal officials and paid modest dues, and often their association with particular neighborhoods or guilds made them reliable bodies of knowledge and craft. Markets provided space for exchange, and the flow of goods was steady and measured. Records of these transactions, kept in simple ledgers, were small stones added to a larger edifice of economic memory. Communal obligations had a soft persistence. Villages organized collective tasks, such as the repair of channels, the maintenance of bridges, and the care of shared pastures. These tasks were recorded and scheduled, often rotated among households, so that the burden was distributed. Officials oversaw such arrangements, ensuring that obligations were met and that records reflected the completed work. The system of community labor created a rhythm of cooperative maintenance that sustained infrastructure without abrupt intervention, maintaining a sense of mutual reliance and ordered continuity. Military logistics continued to be managed with patient attention to supply and route. Armies on march needed food, fodder, and rest stops, and administrators coordinated the requisition and delivery of supplies. Forts served as hubs where stores were kept and patrols planned. Commanders kept simple but exacting lists of men and mounts, and their records ensured that troops were provisioned according to need. Rather than sudden mobilizations, many movements were planned and rehearsed, allowing armies and garrisons to be integrated into the fabric of peacetime governance and local economy. Monetary policy and coin circulation were handled with calm calculation. Minting authorities balanced the need for stable currency with the practicalities of production. Coins bore familiar motifs that gave a sense of continuity, and their acceptance in market transactions reinforced a shared standard of value. Debts and dues could be expressed in coin or in kind, depending on local custom and the preferences of collectors. This duality created flexibility that eased the burdens of exchange and allowed both rural and urban economies to function in complementary ways. Provincial officials mediated between local custom and imperial aims with a measured hand. They listened to village elders and to merchants, and then prepared reports that presented local realities to the court. These reports were not abrupt pronouncements, but careful summaries that preserved nuance. Officials proposed modest reforms when needed, and they adapted imperial directives to the conditions of their districts. This practice kept governance anchored in lived experience, and reforms were often gradual, adjusted over seasons and years, so that communities could adapt gently. The training of administrators was itself slow and deliberate. Young clerks learned by assisting older ones, copying documents, and learning to calculate shares of harvest. They watched assessments and listened to meetings. Over time, they absorbed conventions and the quiet arts of negotiation. This apprenticeship model created a course of officials who were familiar with both the technical details of accounting and the social skills needed to mediate between rulers and subjects. Such a steady formation ensured that institutional memory passed from one generation to the next with care. Tax exemptions and privileges were layered into the landscape in ways that required careful management. Certain towns or families might hold exemptions for services rendered in the past or as a reward for military loyalty. Religious establishments enjoyed rights tied to their ritual functions. Officials kept careful rolls of these privileges, noting when they might lapse or be renewed. The presence of these exemptions added texture to administrative life, creating islands within the broader fiscal sea that had to be navigated with attentive memory and gentle diplomacy. Archives in palaces and provincial halls were repositories of accumulated practice. Rolls and ledgers lay folded on shelves, organized by year and type. They contained lists of landholders, records of deliveries, and notes on legal decisions. Scribes consulted these files when questions arose, and the existence of written memory made it possible to uphold agreements and resolve disputes with reference to earlier records. The archive was a slow library of governance, where the past informed present choices in a calm and orderly manner. Military and civil offices sometimes overlapped in ways that favored stability. Commanders, who also administered districts, used their authority to manage supplies and settle disputes. They kept watchful but steady control, ensuring that roads remained open and markets functioned. Their journals and reports became part of provincial administration, blending the needs of defense with daily governance. This overlap allowed for practical solutions that fit the contours of local life, creating a continuity of responsibility that was both pragmatic and reassuring. The circulation of craftsmen and artists carried style and technique across regions at a gentle pace. Workshops in cities produced goods with shared motifs, and traveling artisans brought skills from one court to another. These exchanges were not hurried. Patterns and methods diffused through long apprenticeships and quiet collaboration. The result was a recognizable aesthetic in pottery, metalwork, and textiles that linked distant places through shared craft traditions. Officials and patrons encouraged these flows, commissioning works that blended local taste with courtly standards. Land surveys and cadastral lists were sometimes renewed to reflect new realities. Surveyors walked boundaries, measured fields, and recorded the names of owners and tenants. These acts of measurement were calm exercises in mapping social relations onto the land. Revisions were made where needed, but changes were introduced gradually so that communities could adapt. The cadastral records fed into fiscal assessments and legal registers, creating a stable basis for claims and obligations that allowed life to proceed with predictable order. Legal records continue to be a mirror of communal life. Contracts and sale documents, marriage agreements, and records of inheritance were drawn up in simple, precise language and stored in municipal archives. The repetition of such acts over generations created a continuity of legal practice. Officials and scribes ensured that these documents were witnessed and sealed, giving them weight and durability. This slow accumulation of legal memory bound families and communities into patterns that could be read across time. Administrative reform was sometimes introduced in measured steps. New offices might be created to address practical needs, or existing ones reorganized to improve clarity. Such reforms were rarely abrupt. Instead, they were accompanied by instruction for local officials and by transitional arrangements that allowed habits to change slowly. The aim was to strengthen governance while preserving the social fabric that sustained it. The process resembled the patient folding of cloth, smoothing new seams into an established garment so that the whole remained comfortable and familiar. Military obligations and land holdings were often interwoven with local tenure systems. Soldiers who received lands in return for service maintained farms and families alongside their martial duties. The arrangement knitted military needs to civilian life, creating a network of support that could be called upon when required. These land grants were documented and passed on, with careful attention to rights and responsibilities. In peaceful times, the holders became part of local society, their martial identity blending into the rhythms of harvest and exchange. Provincial capitals continued to host administrative councils where officials deliberated on matters of public goods, seasonal needs, and the repair of infrastructure. These gatherings were not theatrical displays, but quiet meetings where practical matters were weighed and recorded. Decisions were implemented through local officials who coordinated with village leaders and merchants. This method ensured that public works and services were addressed with an eye to continuity and practicality, maintaining the steady functioning of towns and the countryside. Religious tax status and temple economies required delicate maintenance. Priests and temple stewards recorded donations and managed temple lands with attention to ritual needs and fiscal realities. Their accounts were kept alongside civic records, and their requests for maintenance or exemption were handled through formal petitions and responses. This integration of religious economy into public administration created a gentle balance that honored sacred obligations while keeping track of material needs. Scribes and clerks formed a living memory for the system. They copied legal formulas, managed account books, and kept correspondence flowing. Their work was methodical, and their training emphasized precision and calm. As they moved from one office to another, they carried with them a repertoire of practices that ensured consistency. The longevity of their craft provided a thread of continuity, binding successive administrations together with the steady rhythm of written record. Markets and trade networks adjusted to fiscal and administrative patterns with subtlety. Merchants adapted their accounts to the coinage and customs of each district, and market dues were collected according to long-standing schedules. Trade routes remained familiar corridors, their stops and tariffs negotiated through persistent practice. The market was a place where central regulations and local habits met and harmonized, sustaining exchange with a soft predictability that underpinned daily life. The system of provincial administration, with its layered offices, careful records, and negotiated obligations, resembled a large garden tended across many hands. Each plot had its own needs, yet all were watered by the same rain of policy and custom. Officials and citizens alike moved through this garden with steady regularity, attending to the small tasks that kept the whole healthy. In this shared tending, continuity and reform coexisted, slow changes woven into long-standing patterns, each adjustment made with care so that life might continue in measured peace. Old systems of counting and recording carried on like slow rivers that kept their channels. Registers were kept in quiet rooms, with hands trained to make neat marks on paper and parchment. A steady habit of accounting moved between different rulers, as if it had its own life. Names of fields, measurements of land, and lists of owed grain passed from one set of officials to another. The rhythm of collection and distribution softened under new words while keeping much of its old shape. Hands that had learned to measure and measure again continued to measure, steady and certain, in the cool shadow of storerooms. The structure of local government often held to familiar shapes. Town elders and local notables kept roles that looked like the roles they had long held. New courts and new legal forms found in them quiet partners. Local taxation and tribute kept older lines of responsibility. but they found fresh forms and phrases. The old offices of scribes and record keepers kept their shelves, those shelves filled with the captured light of lamp and ink, holding lists that guided the harvest, the levee, and the care of irrigation works. Town plans kept the memory of earlier years in their streets. Bazaars followed old courses where caravans had once turned. Market lanes kept their habit of shelter and shade, a slow sequence of low roofs and narrow ways. The heart of the town stayed near wells or connaught mouths, where water met stone and people met one another. New mosques and schools found places in those living plans, fitting gently into existing quarters. Over time, these elements settled together like stones in a calm stream, reorganizing little by little around daily needs. The craftsmen's workshops continued in familiar neighborhoods, their noises quiet and repetitive. The turning wheel, the clink of hammer, the soft rub of finishing cloth. These sounds carried on. Techniques passed from master to apprentice, sometimes changing names or tools, but keeping core skill. Weavers, potters, metalworkers, and masons adapted designs and methods to fresh tastes while preserving deep habits. The continuity of craft gave towns a steady pulse. Each item, made by careful hands, connected the present to a long line of practice and patience. Large buildings and palaces offered patterns that were slowly reworked rather than fully replaced. Vaulted rooms and audience halls found new uses without losing their sense of scale. The Iwan, the great vaulted porch, kept its broad hush and became a familiar frame for different rituals. Courtyards and water basins remained places of cool air and measured reflection. Stones turned face to new inscriptions, and decorative motifs passed between hands that cared for plaster and tile. The forms endured, and gentle adaptations layered new meanings onto old spaces. Irrigation systems and qanats remained central to life, receiving constant care from those who knew their rhythms. Tuning gates, clearing channels, repairing shafts, these tasks were passed down with a quiet seriousness. Where water ran, life continued to organize itself. Tax assessments and records often tied to the yield of these waters, so the maintenance of channels held both practical and fiscal weight. Families and small groups took responsibility, and their careful work ensured fields stayed green and villages remained rooted. Postal and communication routes retained old habits while gaining new names. Relay stations and way stations kept their quiet order. Couriers with steady horses kept to their tracks, carrying letters and orders along familiar stretches. The slow system of messengers could be adapted to fresh administrative needs, but the essential motion stayed similar. A message left one post and reached another through a chain of patient riders. The landscape absorbed these movements and allowed them to continue by its own quiet logic. Legal customs showed a mixture of continuity and cautious adaptation. Local judges and officials often drew on older practices while applying new legal formulas. Contracts were recorded in known formats, with witnesses and seals. Land sales and marriage agreements continued to be written and copied with the same careful hands. Some expressions changed, and new legal texts came into use. But the social gestures of agreement and witness kept their steady meaning. The act of setting things down in ink preserved memory and shaped action. Administrative languages moved gently across communities, evolving without sudden breaks. New official phrases entered into daily use, sometimes layered atop older words. scribes learned new scripts while still holding older forms in mind. These scribes became bridges, reading and writing in ways that served many hands. Their schools taught the craft of clear records, practical calculation, and careful copying. Over time, a new literary language grew by borrowing, adapting, and refining what had come before, giving voice to familiar concerns. Scholarship found quiet, breathing spaces within cities and courts. Libraries and private collections gathered manuscripts that crossed boundaries of faith and politics. Translation and commentary became gentle habits, an inner movement of thought. Scholars copied texts, compared versions, and annotated margins with patient notes. The study of medicine, astronomy, poetry, and law continued in learned circles that kept careful order. Such study did not rush, but moved in footsteps that measured distance and meaning alike. Educational practices showed steady continuation in new forms. The apprenticeship model of master and student stayed alive in many workshops and study rooms. In some places, formal schools grew around newly established institutions, but they often used the same methods of memorization, recitation, and commentary. Teachers and students shared modest rooms, low benches, and the soft rustle of pages. The transmission of knowledge relied on repetition, patience, and close attention, habits that suited calm learning and gradual mastery. Metalwork and textile arts kept lineages of pattern and technique in use. Embroideries, brocades, and woven patterns preserved motifs that had been loved for generations. Metalworkers held to molds and hammer blows learned through practice. Decorative repertoires continued to circulate between courts and households, adapting small details to new tastes. Common motifs breathed on as craftsmen shifted palettes and materials. The continuity of handcraft formed a steady rhythm that moved through markets and households. Paper as a material became more widely used, changing the texture of reading and recording. The slow spread of paper made books more common and copying less arduous. Scribes found paper responsive to ink and brush, and libraries grew fuller. Paper's gentleness invited marginal notes and corrections, and annotations multiplied. With it came a quieter culture of reading, where texts were copied, compared, and read aloud in private rooms or small gatherings. The new availability of paper encouraged cautious growth in the circulation of ideas. Religious life adapted to old spaces and administrative routines with a soft precision. New places of worship often occupied central positions in towns and integrated with market rhythms. Ritual calendars matched agricultural cycles and local seasons, keeping time in gentle accord with the earth. Priests and religious scholars performed new rites while drawing on familiar rhythms of communal life. The cadence of worship and ritual became folded into daily town life, adding quieter patterns to the regular movements of market and field. Office holders and their aides kept long-established habits of record-keeping and careful administration. The roles of treasurers, tax collectors, and clerks continued to require precise counting and patient verification. New titles and formulas sometimes changed how they were named, but their daily work remained focused on measuring, recording, and ensuring that resources flowed where needed. The quiet precision of their labor held a town's life together, managing storage, distribution, and the needs of households. Military logistics retained older networks of supply and shelter, repurposed as needed. Garrisons remained linked to roads and depots where grain and fodder were stored. Forts kept watch over passes and river crossings, and their supply chains relied on familiar stores and routes. Recruitment often drew on well-known local systems, where bonds of kinship and obligation helped raise men for service. The practicalities of feeding, equipping, and housing troops continued in patient routines that connected field and town. Urban sanitation and water management practiced established techniques with ongoing attention. Public baths, cisterns, and drainage systems required maintenance by specialized craftsmen. Those trained to manage water learned its moods and attended to leaks, blockages, and deposition of silt. The steady work of cleaning channels and repairing masonry shaped the health of towns. Such tasks were measured, sometimes unremarked, but essential, and they formed part of the quiet backbone that let cities grow. Markets preserved their role as places of exchange, negotiation, and community. Merchants and shopkeepers kept to customary hours, and market days became part of social rhythm. Standard measures and local customs guided transactions, with witnesses and price lists kept in modest offices. Caravan trade continued where routes were secure, and goods flowed in patterns older than any single ruler. Markets adapted to new currencies and new tastes, but the essential commerce of daily life kept its measured pace. The role of women in economic and social life kept to many older shapes, continuing within homes, markets, and workshops. Women managed households, supervised labor, and took part in craft production. They participated in textile work and market exchanges, sometimes leading workshops or managing properties. Legal records show their involvement in contracts and transactions. Their presence was woven into the daily fabric of towns, shaping family life, production, and social care with steady hands and clear attention. Architecture kept most of its technical vocabulary, with craftsmen continuing to use familiar methods of vaulting, bricklaying, and decorative plaster. Techniques such as pointed arches, squinches, and layered brick patterns remained in common use. Craftsmen adapted motifs to new patronage, producing tile work and stucco that echoed established geometries. The continuity of methods allowed builders to create structures that felt both familiar and suited to new needs. The slow evolution of forms produced buildings that wore their lineage gently, like a soft cloth. Garden design and the use of water in private and public spaces remained important for comfort and status. Courtyards with pools, shaded walks, and fruit trees provided quiet respite. Gardens were places of measured retreat, where people could step away from noise and find cooler air. Owners and gardeners tended these spaces with careful pruning and shaping. The aesthetic of ordered nature endured, forming private spaces that reflected broader cultural values of balance and rest. The practice of public works continued with older forms of organization. Road repairs, bridge maintenance, and irrigation works were commissioned by towns or regional officials, often drawing on established labor systems. Skilled overseers organized teams of workers who used familiar tools and methods. Payment systems and temporary housing were planned with long experience. The work was routine, requiring judgment and attention, and it tied communities together through shared labor and shared benefit. Hospitals and centers of care retained older medical knowledge while adding new texts and practices. Physicians continued to use botanical remedies, surgical techniques, and careful observation. Schools of medicine kept careful lists of treatments, and drew on written sources copied in local script. The practice of medical care combined skill passed through apprenticeship with the subtle refinements of learned commentaries. Healing was practiced slowly, with controlled observation and steady hands, seeking balance rather than spectacle. Financial practices adjusted, but kept core habits of trust and record. Credit arrangements and partnerships continued to be formalized in written contracts. Merchants and money lenders used established formulas for pledges and repayment, veiling calculation with known phrases. Banking habits moved slowly with letters of credit, deposits, and trusted intermediaries. Such practices depended on reputations built through years of careful dealing and on records that could be called upon when needed. The circulation of ideas kept its measured path through institutions of study and through informal gatherings. Poets, scholars, and teachers met in small rooms and gardens to read, recite, and discuss. Manuscripts were read aloud, debated, and annotated. Literary forms such as didactic poetry and narrative histories moved through hands that valued clarity and craft. Oral and written transmission worked together, each finding its own rhythm. The gentle movement of thought relied on attentive listeners and slow, repeated reading. Ceramic, glass, and metal industries continued to trade in recognizable shapes and glazes. Potters used familiar forms for storage jars, cooking vessels, and luxury wares, while glassmakers refined blowing techniques and color application. Metal workers produced tableware and fittings that combined utility with careful ornament. The patterns of trade in such objects connected urban centers with rural workshops and with distant markets. The visual world of everyday objects kept continuity with a long history of taste and skill. Scribes maintained the craft of clear, legible writing and careful copying with deliberate hands. Different scripts saw gradual standardization, and scribal schools offered disciplined training. The copying of legal documents, tax lists, and literary texts required steady attention and an eye for order. Marginal notes and scholia accumulated like small gardens of thought. Scribes formed networks through which documents traveled, keeping bureaucracies and households functioning with patient labor. The use of seals and authentication persisted as a quiet means of securing trust. Seals impressed on wet clay or wax gave documents a stable guarantee. Officials and private individuals used seals to bind agreements and mark ownership. The imagery and text of seals evolved slowly, but their practical function remained constant. The touch of a seal served as a small, physical promise, connecting signature, object, and agreement in a single moment of care. Municipal governance often incorporated older modes of civic organization. City councils, guild heads, and local magistrates worked with regional authorities, balancing autonomy and obligation. Towns kept systems for regulating weights and measures, managing markets, and maintaining public order. These routines required negotiation and compromise, and they relied on long-established practices of consultation and mutual recognition. Municipal life moved forward at a pace that valued stability and practical resolution. Trade routes preserved channels that had been shaped over centuries by geography and habit. Caravans continued to follow passes and oases, stopping at recognized halts where merchants exchanged news and goods. Local guides and caravan leaders carried maps of memory rather than paper charts, steering their parties by landmarks and seasonal knowledge. These slow journeys were part of a larger economy where movement and rest were carefully balanced, and where towns along the way kept their customs attuned to passing trade. The practice of taxation relied on known categories of assessment and careful lists. Officials measured fields and counted heads, noting yield and obligations. While fiscal vocabulary could change, the logic of measuring return for governance remained. Fiscal offices kept duplicates and summaries, and householders learned to live within expected yields. The administrative act of accounting required local knowledge, clear writing, and a steady commitment to honest record-keeping. Iconography and visual symbolism moved between courts and households, retaining motifs that carried cultural memory. Geometric patterns, vegetal scrolls, and stylized animals circulated on textiles, ceramics, and stamps. These images offered a slow, visual language that knitted together different regions. Craftspeople adapted motifs, combining old elements in new arrangements. The visual continuity gave material culture a gentle coherence, even as new patrons sought subtle innovations. Libraries and private book collections sustained the practice of careful reading and preservation. Manuscripts were repaired, copied, and cataloged in modest inventories. Owners kept lists of works in shelves or chests, and the care of books included cleaning, binding, and safe storage. The slow accumulation of texts formed a quiet reservoir from which scholars drew, and the habit of copying ensured that knowledge moved beyond single possessions into broader circulation. Diplomatic practices tended to keep traditional gestures of gift, letter, and mutual recognition. Envoys carried letters and gifts, sometimes using established forms of address and presentation. Ceremonies of audience followed patterns of decorum familiar to both hosts and visitors. The practical exchange of gifts and letters helped to maintain relations across changing regimes. These gestures carried with them a slow yet reliable grammar of political life. The adaptation of legal and fiscal forms often depended on practical compromise. New rulers found it prudent to accept existing systems that had proven effective. Local elites and officials negotiated adjustments that preserved revenue and order. This pragmatic continuity allowed administration to remain functional as other elements changed. Records and registers thus became instruments of stability, serving both continuity and adaptation. Religious scholarship kept an emphasis on commentary, memorization, and measured debate. Schools housed circles of learners who practiced recitation and interpretation. New terminologies were adopted without erasing older lines of thought. Religious communities preserved rituals and moral teachings, using schools and libraries to pass knowledge to younger generations. The slow, steady work of interpretation became a shared craft, practiced with respect for lineage and careful attention to text. Patterns of landholding and tenancy often retained established forms. Families and local magnates continued to manage estates with long-standing methods of lease, sharecropping, and labor obligation. Records documenting such arrangements were kept carefully, often in local registries and family archives. The slow contractual work of land management tied together production, social ties, and fiscal obligations. These patterns shaped rural life with a patient logic that depended on mutual recognition and recorded agreement. Mortuary practices and rites of care often showed continuity within local communities. Burial places and funerary customs continued to serve as markers of belonging and memory. Families tended graves, preserving names and stories across years. Rituals of mourning and remembrance followed rhythms that connected living and dead. These practices formed a quiet thread, linking generations and anchoring communities to place. The evolution of music and performance maintained traditional modes while opening room for new elements. Musicians kept repertoire and technique, performing in courts and markets with instruments and songs that had deep roots. Poetry and song were often intertwined, and reciters kept to slow cadences that invited listening. Performance spaces, whether private halls or public squares, preserved the pattern of shared attention and measured expression. The persistence of crafts and urban forms created a slow cultural synthesis that felt familiar in everyday life. People moved through towns shaped by many layers of habit. Their daily acts of buying, selling, praying, and working were small continuities that connected past and present. This kind of continuity worked quietly, without need for proclamation, knitting daily life with the calm logic of routine. Scholars and scribes served as custodians of memory and technique, teaching successive generations the arts of reading, writing, and computation. They preserved treatises and pragmatic manuals that guided physicians, engineers, and administrators. The slow duty of teaching ensured that expertise could be passed on carefully and that practical knowledge remained available to those who needed it. Public ceremonies and ritual observances often adapted older forms to suit new contexts. Processions, public readings, and feasts could be reinterpreted within changing religious and civic frames. Communities found ways to keep what was meaningful, fitting it into new calendars and official life. The gentleness of such adaptation preserved social cohesion through recognizable gestures and shared memory. Economic resilience depended on networks of trust and careful record keeping. Merchants, artisans, and officials relied on written agreements and reputations maintained over time. Contracts, witness statements, and ledgers formed the quiet scaffolding of commerce. In this economy, careful documentation and steady relationships mattered more than novelty. Artistic workshops became places of quiet transmission, where apprentices learned through repetition and correction. The work of patterning tiles, carving wood, and shaping metal required exactness. Masters corrected posture and stroke, guiding hands toward mastery. This patient pedagogy produced objects that bore both the imprint of tradition and the subtle hand of innovation. The slow integration of new religious and administrative frameworks into local life was often facilitated by translation, explanation, and compromise. Officials and scholars worked together to translate technical terms and legal formulas into local idioms. This linguistic work helped institutions function across cultural boundaries. In many places, bilingual practice became a routine part of governance and learning. The continuity of road networks and relay stations supported long-term mobility and message flow. Inns and caravanserais remained places of rest and commerce along these routes. Their steady presence offered reliable shelter to travelers and merchants, extending the logic of hospitality across long distances. These resting places became small nodes of cultural exchange, where goods and stories traveled together. Architectural ornament evolved through slow refinement as craftsmen experimented with patterns within familiar frameworks, tile motifs, and stucco reliefs borrowed from earlier repertories while developing slight innovations. The balance between repetition and difference produced decorative schemes that felt settled and coherent. Buildings thus carried on a visual conversation across time, each surface adding a small new voice. The preservation of administrative knowledge depended on archives, both public and private, collections of tax rolls, legal instruments, and land records remained in municipal offices, palaces, and family houses. These archives were consulted by officials, litigants, and scholars. Their careful organization and copying helped to sustain orderly governance and to provide continuity across generations. The slow, careful life of rural markets and village councils kept community life balanced. Villagers met to resolve disputes, distribute labor, and plan maintenance of canals and roads. Such meetings followed established customs of deliberation and witness, producing decisions recorded in simple documents. The routine of communal responsibility linked small groups and larger authorities in predictable, stable ways. Literary culture thrived in small circles of recitation and copying. Poets and storytellers found listeners among courtiers, merchants, and students. The reading aloud of texts created a shared space for taste and learning. Manuscripts moved slowly from collection to collection, and the act of reading remained communal and deliberate. The training of officials continued through apprenticeship and practical experience. Young administrators learned by doing, guided by senior clerks, and by manuals copied for training. The combination of hands-on practice and written instruction produced officers skilled in the routines of governance. Their education was modest and practical, focused on the demands of daily administration. Craft guilds and communal associations kept standards, apprenticeship rules, and mutual support. These bodies regulated quality and provided social insurance in times of need. Masters within guilds ensured the continuity of technique and the fair transmission of knowledge to new members. Such organizations gave craftsmen a stable environment in which to practice and teach. The presence of urban gardens, shaded bazaars, and cool courtyards shaped a lived environment that invited calm and measured activity. People moved slowly through these spaces, conducting business, visiting friends, and pausing to rest. The urban landscape provided a template for behavior, encouraging rhythms of work and repose that kept life steady and manageable. The slow adaptation of administrative forms and cultural practices created a layered continuity that allowed societies to function with both memory and flexibility. Practices of writing, building, irrigating, and teaching continued in ways that honored what had been while accommodating what was new. The result was a texture of life that felt familiar, where change moved like a soft tide across an ancient shore, reshaping edges while preserving deep channels for water and life.